Let's start. Shall we hit the got it button? Which button? Just, you'll see it. Just hit even return, I think we'll do it. Just hit return. Nope. in the-
Just got it?
Yeah.
Look.
September 9th. Town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting is being held with why is this mic so bad? There we go. The Town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting is being held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:33. To ensure timely completion of the town's business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep microphones muted and videos turned off except during citizens' comments or when called on to speak by the board. For section 7.3 of our procedures and rules of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizen comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allocated time expires, please send your comments to the town hall as correspondence for the board's response. If multiple citizens share the same comments, please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to town hall for inclusion as correspondence to the next regular board meeting. All right, will you do roll call, please?
Mayor Byer,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kinney,
Here.
Trustee Pauluzzi,
Here.
Trustee Lakai, here, Trustee Manmanakis,
Here.
and Trustees Oglesby and Martinez are absent without notice.
We have a vision statement. Okay. I'll read it today. Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town beauty within a community committed to multi-generational well-being. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, sustainable living practices, and social responsibility. Next, we have approval of our agenda. Any comments, updates, concerns?
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
For a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we have approval of the minutes from November 25th.
Got the minutes of November 26th meeting, 22nd meeting,
25th.
25th meeting.
25th. There a second?
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain, I wasn't there.
Okay. Still a quorum, so. Next, we have citizens' comments. Rick, I see you on the screen. You want to give a comment?
No, thanks, Benji. I'm just listening. I appreciate it, though. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you so much, Rick.
Okay.
Any other comments? No. Okay, moving on. We're going to go to presentation of bills. Both Dennis and I worked a little bit this morning on getting these bills looked over. We have approved everyone except for one that we want to talk to the town about. The biggest bill in here is our grant. It's a grant bill for 15,000 that will be reimbursed minus 10%. Where is it? Where is it? This is for the bricks grant, and we need to pay it, and then Allison will take the check, she'll copy it, put it in the reporting, and then we will hopefully get reimbursed fairly soon, minus the 10%. Anyone else wanna see these? You wanna see these? Other grant that will be reimbursed are, water, what is it? Flow meter, sewer grant. I can't. Yeah, thank you.
I make motion we pay the bills.
One more bill that I wanted to approve on, this, yearly subscription to Town Cloud as opposed to paying monthly, we save, 30%. We pay it by the year, and it runs our website and our agenda system. Yeah. Everybody agree that we should pay the year?
Yeah.
Pay the year on that? Okay. Here. So Adam made a motion to pay the bills. Is there a second?
Second.
Sean, second. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everybody. Let's pay the bills. Back to Ari, actually, put that one in there. Next, treasurer's report. We have, 4 items on that report. We were given a really nice updated report, if everyone had a chance to read it. Do you want to talk about it, or how would you?
Sure, I could go real quick, sorry, I was, trying to celebrate small wins, so we got a credit card processor in the office, and now we have the ability to process debit card and credit card payments for everything. Train Patty on how to do it, I know how to do it, so just let people know if they wanna not pay by check or cash, we can do that now. For our water sewer billing, we just put out 2 bills at once to try and, get everything back on track and get onto this new billing cycle of taking meter reads at the end of the month, putting up the bill at the beginning of the month, and billing from the first to the last day of each month. That was just because we had technological limitations with, essentially it wouldn't let us do a half-month billing, and it wouldn't let us do a 6-week billing. So this is what we ended up doing. Sent out a letter that I included for everyone to read, to all of the water sewer customers. It was sent by email, and it was sent in their physical bill as well, just to kind of explain what we're doing, where we're coming from. I assume people will still be confused, and we're happy to talk more about it in the office if necessary. I did some investigation into the NLX, and I included an update for them as well. They didn't go bankrupt, they just shut down their whole American operation pretty quickly. They did that on October 11th, and pretty much what I found online is that everyone's stations are just great. There's really nothing to be done about it. I did reach out to their claims department. I haven't heard back from them. In the update letter, it says that someone might come and buy them out and reutilize the stations that are already in place, but there's no concrete, evidence of that happening. There's nothing necessarily in the works, so that's a maybe. In the meantime, I got into our Stripe account, which is the processor for that machine. It hasn't been showing any transactions since July 5th. So, I reached out to Stripe to try and, get that fixed as well. And they pretty much told me to go back to an LX and have them fix it. They even give me a number for them as well, but it's in Italy. So I'm not quite sure.
So just so everybody knows, I think we pay about $100 and something in electrical, that was our bill last month, so we might be out 6 months of that. We might have to eat it, but I do think that we do need an electric charging station in town. I gave her a couple other, companies that we could talk to and try to almost like petition them to have charging stations here, because being so far from, it's really good for us to have them, because there's, a lot of people who look on a map, and if they see one, they'll come to our town. And so I don't know if we wanna actually petition a company and say, we have 2 million visitors that come to the sand dunes every year, and, it's really important that we have something for our tourists, stuff like that, so.
So is this something we can run ourselves? Do we need to have a company?
I don't know, I mean, that's a good question, I know that you can buy charging stations,
I mean, we're paying the electricity, correct?
we were, yeah.
Yeah, and so then it's basically just credit card processing and probably equipment maintenance.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that these charging stations are set up, they're waterproof, I know you can buy charging stations online that are hooked onto the wall for your garage, but I don't know if they have the whole, credit card infrastructure mixed in, I'm not sure, so. The other thing is that, some people have subscriptions, like this one, you can have a subscription, so it automatically charges them, bill it.
One more thing we could do is I contacted a nonprofit, Drive Clean Colorado, and they work with the state, trying to encourage municipalities pretty much to offer electric options. They're just trying to cut down on greenhouse emissions and whatnot. They said that there might be funding available for us to carry out an initiative of getting another electric station. I just wasn't able to talk to them for that long. That was as much as I was able to get. So it would just necessitate a further deep dive into that and what that could look like.
Could that company stop North America operations? Can that be purchased for a cheap price, or they're just gonna abandon it there?
I don't know, I mean, that would be
And
cool.
they're Stop North American operation, I'm sure they're just abandoning it, maybe the town could purchase it,
Yeah.
really.
That was
cheap
my
price.
understanding, it's just abandoned, it's
Yeah,
just
right.
great, like your old iPhone,
So it's obviously connected to some software, online, and probably just new software or something that comes in there. But let's keep researching it. And I'll help you with that if you want.
One for now, I just shut it off, I just went to the breaker and it's off.
Hopefully, when people go online and they look for electric charging station, it shows that one's not being used, because it's suck if you drove down here thinking you're gonna be charged up.
I think it's probably gonna show it's online, that it's still working, yeah.
So,
I worked on the budget for, the finance committee requests, and I had to reformat some things and change some of the dates, as well as, create a resolution for this. all that's on here under Appendix C. And it's been put online in a draft form and it's available to the public as well. It was done 10 days before your public hearing, so notice wise, you should be okay on everything there.
We can still change stuff, right?
You can still change stuff, and our attorney advised that you probably should change things in there. He said, the water sewer fund is gone, so that needs to be removed from the document. And he said there were some things like salary and whatnot that could be updated as well. But it still has to be a balanced budget. One thing I did mean to add here in my report, but I forgot, was that we can't do a mill levy this year, due to time restraints. The budget hearing is on the 16th and mill levy is due on the 15th, and you need a fully adopted budget to move forward on the mill levy.
So have we done a motion yet or vote yet to, set the mill levy?
We're not doing that.
We can't do it.
I mean, to set the mill levy is what it has been over the past year.
We can't do that because you need an adopted budget for 2025.
So we don't make that resolution until we adopt the budget.
We missed the deadline.
But the deadline, yes, we have to adopt the budget and then
You set the mill levy,
set the mill levy.
and basically what it's been all along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just asking in my report here if I could be included in the finance committee meetings, going forward, even just as someone to observe. So I'm more involved in the process and I understand what's going on. I also feel like it would just be good to understand how a budget is like developed and processed. The other thing is, according to the DOLA calendar, we need to start working on the 2026 calendar like January 1st. So.
2026 budget.
The 2026 budget. So there's a lot of budget work. My final thing is just that I'm stressed out and overwhelmed with the treasury duties. It's keeping me from doing a lot of clerk stuff, like even little things like updating the website, updating our YouTube, some of our admin things. Patty's a great help, but neither one of us is accountants or bookkeepers or has like that financial background. So I'm really concerned that we're probably going to do more harm than good. Like, it would be easy to keep the wheels on the bus if the wheels were like actually there, but I feel like in so many ways they're not. We're starting to get penalties for like the 941 not being addressed in Q3 or Q4 of last year. FMLA, the family leave hasn't been reported regularly last year or this year. I'm starting to have unemployment things come in. I haven't been able to do that right to appeal that I talked to the finance committee about because I've just been focused on getting Andrea all the things that she needs to do her job. But I honestly need help like fixing the errors of the past. Like, I just don't know how to do it. And yeah, it's been stressful. And it's stressful trying to find the things that she needs and not being able to find those anywhere.
Do you have any ideas?
I don't know, I don't know if you I hate asking the finance committee to do more because you're already doing so much. I don't know, do you think that Elaine would be willing?
That's the only thing I can think is, like I said at the last finance committee meeting, is to hire Elaine. But I know you and Elaine have had personality differences in the past, and her willingness to do that is partially, or her lack of willingness to do the job now is a little bit impacted by y'all's communication gap in the past, which I think was just like a power struggle, which is totally understandable because she was coming in and like directing. But I think we need to hire Elaine to come in here and fix that shit.
Any suggestions?
And then you would have to work with her.
I wanted to work with her for sure. It really was just an issue of her coming in and giving me to-do lists of things that, you know, I'm already doing.
Right.
And I'm already working on doing, and I felt like I expressed that to her, and that wasn't well received.
Right.
But
But,
That's the truth.
yeah, and it might be uncomfortable, but this is all really uncomfortable too.
Yeah, everything's uncomfortable.
And as a member of the finance committee, I'm already not doing everything I was doing, but I also cannot do anymore.
Yeah, I totally respect that, I don't, and then the other part was like, we've had the treasurer position posted since, late October. As well as the public works employee position, and we haven't had any, not one applicant or not even like any interest expressed to me. So I'm kind of worried, like, I just don't see an end in sight and I don't see the things getting better. And now with all the budget stuff, it just feels like a lot.
So that's my question is how do you visualize help? You know, say you need help and we're like, so who, would Elaine be the person? Do you have,
I don't know if Elaine.
is there anybody else in mind?
Is it under Andrea's scope to help with some of those things, or is her scope just to focus on? And I know that she's having a family emergency right now, so her availability isn't the same.
Do you feel like she could help you with the things you need to have help with?
I imagine that she would be able to. She was asking about some of the reports for the things that were missing.
It sounds like Andrea doesn't have enough of an understanding of town history and how town is set up and supposed to function to be able to do that job. And that Elaine does have that historical knowledge, but Elaine doesn't have the technical capacity to input data into QuickBooks. So it's almost like all three of them doing the work.
I think what we need to do is have a sit down and, with Elaine, and I don't know if it'll be possible with Andrea as well. But anyone on the board who wants to meet and talk about a restructuring of the public, or the, finance committee and how we want to handle exactly that. It had been my thought that once the reconciliation of 22, 23, and 24 had been done, that a lot of the stuff would be more clear. It was a big surprise to find out that our previous treasurer didn't pay that $17,000 bill to the state for the public employee benefits. Is that what it was?
For the 941, that's like payroll taxes.
But that was actually prior to Kim. It should have been paid, or it should have came up, but it was actually prior, it was a Scott.
So, and those are things that I would like to talk with us about how do we, in the old days, used to call them ticker files. You know, you look every month and see what has to come up for the prior month and see what's coming up for the next month. And it's obvious no one has done that. No one knew that they needed to do that. So getting that procedure down, I think might take a lot of the pressure off. Because we'll just know when that stuff has to be done, and yes, the finance committee, I think, in my opinion, could get more involved with that. But we need to sit down and set who's gonna do what and when. Now, today is the day that Andrea and Elaine are supposed to be meeting. I don't know if that meeting's happening or not.
I was gonna say that we should wait for that meeting to happen and just see how that outcome happens, you know.
Sure.
But they are gonna meet. I mean, I know Elaine is, making Elaine treasurer, I don't think is gonna be something that, I think Elaine is willing to help, but I don't think she's willing to help in that capacity.
I don't know if you need to hire her, but if she's willing to sit down with me and walk through some of the stuff, I would be more than happy to do that. Like, if, again, I keep using this analogy, if the wheels were on the bus, it wouldn't be so hard to,
Right.
Keep it going, but I don't know how to fix these prior issues that have now become huge.
One thing, that we have, and Andrea brought this up to me, and it's something that we should really, take seriously, is this 2025 new year. And like I said, with that scanner, you'll be able to put everything in, and then it will I think it just sits there until it gets inserted properly, and we can be more on it. So we have this new year coming on where we can start fresh And really, so I'm hoping that, Andrea kind of walks you through that. I think that because she had her family thing, you had your family things, there's a lot of stuff happening. There's just been like a lack of communication, but, the other option that I was thinking was that there's a guy named Josh Hillman, who's a bookkeeper, accountant that lives here. He was the treasurer here, I think a long time ago, like back in, when was Josh Hillman treasurer?
He doesn't take work though, does he?
He offered me,
He offered?
but, it was kind of like
Oh, cause he can do QuickBooks with his eyes closed.
hesitant, so. But he's somebody that might be able to come in and actually just help her get back into order.
Who's
So we
that?
get Josh Hillman.
Yeah,
But we need a treasurer.
I understand, but I mean, if she's still training but she has help for a little, we can get those wheels back on one wheel at a time. It might make it easier, in the long run. I don't think that, I don't know, I mean, there's nobody really that's stepping up as treasurer, so kind of like we need you to hold that position until we find somebody that can do it.
so have you been advertising Valleywide?
Put it in the Courier, put it in Eagle before the stuff with the Eagle happened. The only place I didn't put it, actually, I can't remember if I put it in the Crescent, to be honest with you.
Cause I was thinking, so on Crescent, Center Post, Alamosa, to really get the whole region. Could be somebody in Moscow or Hooper or somebody who, or Salatch who might wanna come over.
I do, and I don't think I'm out of line saying this because Elaine had said it more than once in our committee meetings and in other conversations I had with her, that she felt that the treasurer's position was just like a figurehead thing, that the accounting and bookkeeping was really the nuts and bolts, giving that information to a treasurer to report. We kind of had that a little bit backwards out of necessity.
Right.
Of looking for people to do the work, and I believe that once the accounting, bookkeeping is done, then just reporting back on what's been happening will be fine.
So is a key need to have somebody who knows QuickBooks, who could teach the staff QuickBooks?
I don't know if I think it sounds like you're just running out of time, but
Definitely out of time, and I mean, don't know that much about QuickBooks. I know how to run payroll, I know how to process invoices. That's really it. I bought a book on QuickBooks, I haven't had time to read it.
I mean, I know somebody who's does bookkeeping and works in QuickBooks and probably isn't looking for more clients, but they might consider doing training or something. So that's what I'm wondering, if
Well,
they would be looking for
the
somebody.
real issue that we're coming across is not so much QuickBooks, because Andrea is an expert at QuickBooks too.
Okay.
The problem is that we have a lot of historical stuff that's going back that we don't know how to put, like, basically, everything is just in the wrong places, and Andrea cannot figure out how to put it back into the right place, so that's why we were gonna use Elaine to help with that, because she felt like she had the historical knowledge. I think anybody that we bring in, I mean, even Arya does not have that historical knowledge. We've already forgotten pretty much everything. Elaine's the only one that really knows this, for some reason, she just remembers what we spent on.
Well, let's see what comes from today's meeting, if today's meeting happens. And hear from Elaine and Andrea.
I would direct you to just tell Andrea that you're doing your limit to what you can do, and that you need help, so that 25 is gonna start off on the right foot.
I did tell her,
Okay.
but I haven't heard from her
Okay.
in weeks. Except for to hear about her job.
Right. I think she's just going through it right now.
Well, no matter how many hours Andrea or Elaine puts in, except for the fact that Elaine's putting in her hours for free and Andrea's depleting our funds for that work. But bottom line is we have to have a third person in the office, and that person needs to be a bookkeeper slash treasurer. And that's how we've been trying to budget 2024 and 2025. She can't do the work, it's too much work.
You think moving Patty over a little bit more towards that and then having a new office person or?
I think maybe that could work, but I think you're putting a lot on Patty too. She's in the same boat that I am, right? Not really, since 941s and her.
Well, that would be Elaine, Andrea, in a collaboration with the current staff.
Yeah.
But once those problems are addressed, I still don't think you should be the treasurer in 6 months. I think we need a person. And
I would
active
agree
in
with that. If we're talking 6 months.
And
we're
if
gonna-
Patty's competent and willing to move up,
Yeah.
then you would have to bring in somebody. And that might be easier than finding somebody to take that position. But yeah, we gotta lean on Andrea and Elaine right now, because that's all we have.
I mean, again, if you're talking 6 months, there's a lot can change in the 6 months.
Yeah,
So if you don't mind, like, just holding it for a few more months and we keep working on it, keep looking for something. I mean, I would be willing to talk to Josh and see if he's, he can maybe come in and do consulting. Maybe we need a consultant on that kind of thing. I don't know.
once the problems are fixed, maybe. It's just gonna muddy it up until the problems are fixed. Then we'll have 3 people that we're paying or bringing in from the outside to consult, and that's a lot.
And as far as bringing someone in to train them and go through that again, I think that would be even worse.
Mhm.
So,
I wouldn't worry about 26 budget. We're still working on 25. I mean, I would, don't, like, we should just minimize the role as much as we possibly can. And, if we get fined, I mean, it's, there's nothing we can do. You're doing what you can, so try to keep up with your clerk stuff and then the treasurer stuff, you just, you have to do triage on it. Figure out what's important. Well, you did that budget. If we come into 25 with a budget, we should at least be okay for the first couple months. But we do have to come together as a finance committee or budget committee and get this worked out.
Right.
And work backwards. I'm sorry, it's just. I don't know what else to say.
No.
And we also said that you could, if you needed to, I know that it might be pushing it, but you could work overtime.
Oh, I've worked 50 hours. Across the. That's been using overtime. But that's the problem, but it's still not enough.
Any other suggestions on that?
no, I'm more keen on you doing your clerk stuff. And it's whatever you need to push that towards us, I'm good with that. And we worked through it last year before, and I think we can do it again.
Hopefully the thing with Andrew will open up and it'll change soon.
I mean, I could quit the board and become the treasurer and bookkeeper, because if I'm gonna put in the hours, I need to get paid for it, so I can pay my bills. And maybe having somebody with the historical institutional knowledge of what's happening and what needs to happen. They can also do QuickBooks and all of
Can
that.
you do all that? You can do all the stuff with, you
got me thinking.
I know.
But we can also just think about it.
Let's get through today, man, and see what
All right, let's move on.
Andrea has to say.
Sorry that we're not finding great solutions.
Sorry, I just wanted to at least.
I mean, it's pretty much why we hired Kim in the first place, and then we got into another mess, so you gotta be a little careful too with that. who we bring in here.
Mhm.
Any more on your report?
That's all.
That's all, okay. Things like the charging station though, like, you know, you can pass that on, like, I'd be willing to work on that. If you need, we can pass stuff over to me.
If it's abandoned, can't the town just take possession of it since it's abandoned in the town?
Just gotta figure out the software.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanna do that? Can you could jump in and, you know, pirate the thing? Hijack it?
The other thing is, we've got a contract with this electric company that doesn't expire until April 26th. The end of April, it says that we have to keep the power there.
So we'll be paying the minimum.
They'll keep charging it, yeah.
I mean, for $1,200 a year, I'd be happy to just put that in the budget and offer that as a service until we get it figured
If
out.
we can even get it working, we can't, it doesn't work.
I don't have some made a dime on it ever. So.
Yeah.
That's my.
Yeah, it's always been a. Maybe when we were getting credit cards, we were being.
No, I don't think we've ever received.
No, up until July, right?
We were getting like small payments, it wasn't like, it was like cents
Oh.
every time someone used it. 80 cents, 60 cents.
So finance committee report. Nothing really to report except that Elaine and, Lindsay are gonna meet. And that should clarify some stuff, hopefully it will happen today. If it doesn't, then everything's just gonna keep getting postponed. We're very reliant on people right now.
Yeah, and if anything comes across it through email or text or whatever, you can just let us know as quickly as possible.
Yeah. I will. Next, we have my report. Oh wait, I did have one more thing from finance committee. This is, some stuff from Southwest Bank. These are ACH origination agreement and a wire transfer agreement. Dennis and I both thought that they should just not be done. We don't really need them. We don't need to have wire transfers done, from the office. We don't really do that. And then ACHs, we don't really do either, so we're just gonna hold these until we need it, So that is that. Mayor's report. This is my report for our regular December meeting. My strategy as mayor has been to weed through our priorities and allow for our most important items to float to the top. After 8 months of enacting this strategy, we now have a very clear view of what's important for our town, why it's important, so important, and how much of a challenge it is to bring it back in order. I'm really grateful to each and every one of you. I'm grateful that we are able to face these challenges as a team and that everyone is contributing their time and effort to bring our town back into shape after 4 years of disarray, disorganization, and dysfunction. I'm feeling compelled to give special recognition to a couple people in this organization for their ongoing contribution of time, energy, and service to our town. I'd like to first recognize Ariel for her deep commitment and perseverance in her role as clerk and interim treasurer. I'm so glad that I have the opportunity to be able to work with her and learn with her and learn from her. Ariel is the center hub of a turning wheel, and without her dedication and determination, this project of governance would fall flat on its face. I'm so grateful to you, Ariel, and hope we all can recognize how much effort and skill you put towards the betterment of our town.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to recognize Dennis for his behind-the-scenes work on so many of our challenges, from water and sewer to financials to personnel to grant work. Dennis is committed to pushing through and following through in all of our town's difficulties and challenges. He is my solid right-hand man, and I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to work closely with him.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize each board member, Adam, Kim, Dana, and Sean, for your ongoing service to this unique and wonderful town. Each one of you is so vital in your contribution. I'm blessed to have such a committed and determined board that only wants the very best for our town and our people we share it with, and the people we share it with. I'd like to recognize Brent, Patty, Andrew, Eddie, Mateo, Seth, Andrea, Allison McClure, Allison Ransom. You are the lifeblood of the town, this town governance. You make this organization function and flow. The heart and the hands of this jurisdiction. I give deep bows of thanks to each one of you for your commitment and hard work. Lastly, I'd like to recognize Warren Stevens and Elaine Johnson. I think of them as our Citizens Alliance. The Crestone, the historical and critical perspective they provide is invaluable to our decision-making in every area of our organization. Their care and concern for our community is inspiring and contagious, and it keeps us sharper and steadfast in our commitment towards right action, right intention, and right speech. Our number one issue that dominates our ability to govern properly is our finances. We must get them back into balance. Andrea is putting a lot of effort into helping us get 23 to our auditor balance and reconcile 2024 and help us move into 2025 with clarity and understanding of how to keep our balanced books and financial, balanced books and financial discretion. She unfortunately had a family emergency and put her back a week or two. She's planning on working with Elaine to help reconcile expenses and revenue due to it being in the past, none of us remember how to account for it. Going into 2025, I'm urging all of us to stay closely connected to our finances. We must work to understand our revenue and our expenses. It's the foundational responsibility. Due to the confusion and disorganization of 2022, 23, 24 financials, I made the executive decision to bring forth our 24 budget and use the same numbers for 25. My reasoning is that if we go into 25 without a budget, we are limited to 90% of our 24 budget anyway. I feel that using the 24 budget for 25 was a decent stopgap. Once we are back in alignment with our finances, we can make a proper 25 budget that we can all be happy with. Even with the stopgap, we need extra awareness and understanding of our spending. It's crucial that we are extra prudent with the public funds. Besides our financial disarray, we have some productive things happening. Our mitigation grant is moving along, and we are getting areas done that could really help slow down a fast-moving wildfire. Again, thanks to Allison McClure for doing such a wonderful job managing and administering this BRICS grant. Thanks to Daniel Johnson and Mateo Arguello and their crews for doing this important work. A lot of information regarding this grant is in our binder. I'm hoping that we will finally close out the sewer meter grant soon. I think there's one more invoice we are waiting on, which we just checked on. It's very difficult to get it from Craig, so I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to maybe use his original proposal and just have him sign it or something. I don't know. It might be a way to do it. Sign that we paid it. Ario and I will be continuing to work with Matt at SGM Engineering on the cemetery expansion in 25. We need to go through and research the cemetery files and provide more information to move forward. I'm waiting till we have a small opening in our schedules to be able to focus on this project. Once we get our engineering report and plan, we can bring together the interested parties to decide the next steps. Another super important item we have pressing on us is the Baca Water and Sanitation contract set. Ario and I met on it and we went through the 3 terms brought up at the last meeting. One is in regards to limiting our discharge from 60,000 gallons to 30,000 gallons and how that affects us. The second issue was in regards to the $5,000 per day fines that they can impose on us and whether it's fair or too extreme. And the last item was in regards to future growth and if our contribution to their system will be fair over time if they grow faster than we grow. We'll figure that one out. These terms will need to be further explained during the attorney's report today. There are a lot of small items that we have presented in our packet. I know we all have goals, expectations, and dreams for the future of our town. We all want this town to thrive and prosper in the best way possible. This is why we are doing what we're doing. However, we have to remember not to get ahead of ourselves. In order to strengthen the foundation of governance, we need to stabilize around the fundamentals. Let's walk before we run. Growth and expansion will come naturally after that. Thank you.
I'll say Benjamin.
That was my report. Any questions, comments on it? Anything that needs looking at from my point of view? Gotta keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward.
Next, we have the clerk's report.
My main thing from my clerk's report is I met with Deanie, Ducale, Planning Commission, and how we would like, to see that move forward in 2025. We pretty much just got some dates and deadlines worked out and some projects, for you guys to work on, as planning commissioners. One was the building permit application, like Dennis and I, or Trustee Lucy and I talked about in the past, updating both the residential and commercial applications, just to make them a little bit beefier and maybe not run into some of the issues we've had in the past with building permits. And another project we talked about was updating the rules and procedures for planning commission, and then also looking at that master plan or continuing to read through the master plan with an eye towards actually updating it and presenting a new one at some point. With that being said, with Trustee Oglesby having stepped down from her position at the last meeting, you still have an open commissioner seat that needs to be filled. And there's also space for 5 alternates, all of which can be appointed by the mayor. So I don't know if you'd like to reach out to people and see if anyone would like to be a commissioner. They have to be a bona fide town citizen.
So on the board, we have Benjamin and you two, okay?
Yep. Ginny and then
Sarah.
Yeah, and we haven't even had a meeting in the past 2 months, right? So yeah, I kind of like that everything is a little calm and there isn't like a huge push towards trying to be, like everybody, on our case, I would say. So it's kind of nice and we can stay a little bit, under the radar for a while. But we do have to work out our internal issues. It's like an organizational meditation. You have to go deep and figure this out, get through it. And then when we come out, we'll naturally wanna, find the things that are better for this town. So it's a hard process of turning the light inward on ourselves. Next, we have, we're gonna hold the attorney's report until 1:30. We have the proposed meeting with the charter school concerning viable land park switch, which Jimmy was supposed to be here for.
She was expecting it to be after lunch.
So hold that off. Rick's mitigation grant report. I don't know if Allison was coming in or.
She didn't mention it, because she just gave her report.
Okay. Did everybody read this report?
Which one?
No, I did not.
It's the grant, Rick's monthly report submitted by Allison McClure. Mitigation began as planned November 18th at the Snyder property by Daniel Johnson and crew. Moonglow Enterprises. Completed was 10 acres of shaded primary fuel break. The remaining 1.3 acres on the Snyder property will be completed the first week of December. Moonglow Enterprises will then move to the western edge of the cemetery to continue a shaded primary fuel break. I have attached Moonglow Enterprises November report for your review. Mateo Arguello and crew, vision grants and mitigation began primary roadside thinning on Cottonwood Street on November 19th. A report from Vision Grants and Mitigation will be available in December. Public Works will assist Vision Grants and Mitigation picking up slash piles along the roadsides. We have also had one town resident turn in hours for mitigation they have done on their property. Mitigation will continue into December and January. There may be a chance we can continue into February as well. We may be able to get, at no cost, a biologist to submit their, that there are no spotted owls in the Crestone area. Mitigation of migratory birds are not nesting in February, meaning we are allowed to mitigate in regards to migratory birds. I've attached a revised annual budget for your review. So the first bit has been submitted. Daniel Johnson has done an activity log November 24th through, or sorry, November 12th through the 24th. He does a pretty good job with everything. The only thing is we did get a complaint towards the end of in our correspondences that correlate with this, that there's not enough communication between the town and the fire departments, when they're doing these controlled burns. So I'm wondering if we want to request to Allison to do a little more, communication on the day that they're gonna burn.
Would it be her or would it be the people that would be starting the fires?
It would be, I don't know, this person was saying, this is Kevin Sloan, communication and coordination between entities. I think because she's the administrator and the manager, she should, if she knows they're going out to mitigate, that she should, figure out like a contact list of people. Cause they're thinking about more of the work, she's more thinking about the coordination.
Yeah.
Do you guys agree? So. Did anybody see the smoke?
I didn't.
I've been seeing it and smelling it for different days.
I think, Daniel is extremely, skilled, and so he's doing a really good job, with that. I did read in his report, that they, put extra people on the fire to make sure that it was totally out. He does it when it's snowy out, stuff like that.
That's how we kept the lines of communication open. I didn't think there was any problems with.
So I'm really happy that we're getting this done. It's finally happening. I was actually thinking to myself for a little while that it was kind of like, why did we even get this grant? It's not gonna do anything. We're not able to do a lot of the work that we thought we were gonna do. And I was almost thinking that we were gonna just have to give up on it almost. And, it's pulled through and we're actually doing the stuff that needed to be done. And thanks to your sister for opening up her land to that. And hopefully, she's happy with the work.
I haven't talked to her, but I'll check.
So, there's some really nice pictures. You can see kind of what they've done.
I went out there one day and met with Dan briefly
Oh, nice.
and looked at what they were doing. It really looked great. He
Right.
was showing me one whole area that hadn't been touched yet. That was just awful. In the area that they'd worked, it's very nice.
Yeah, that area is very vulnerable. So if anything we can do to, remove some of that fuel is gonna help. There was a fire, so really happy about that. And then the cemetery wasn't even on the sheet. They're still gonna go do it, because it's so important and we have the land to do it. And so that's gonna be a whole.
So when are we looking to be able to do things inside the town? Is that a separate grant?
No, that's, Mateo is working on that. So-
Okay, so I'm asking because I had questions from Elaine about the tree board meeting.
Yeah,
And we would be happy to just meet and, give the town our basic approval to do, following our own protocols about tree removal and stuff, to be able to, give a statement that would give permission.
if you guys do that, it might be good to just do it with Allison. If you want me there, I can
Yeah.
be there, but I think Allison is really she's the one that is overseeing this whole thing right now.
So maybe Elaine and I and Petra could meet with Allison
Yeah.
and see what's required for this.
Yeah.
And what the tree board's interest is. 'Cause
Yeah.
I know they're very in favor of mitigation, and at the same time, there needs to be reassurance, like when I talked with Daniel, he's like, we're not taking out heritage trees. Okay, so there needs to just be that clarity.
Yeah, and Mateo's not doing that either.
Right.
But,
So it would be.
yeah, just maybe get a hold of Allison McClure, I'll give you her.
Okay, I'll do that.
And,
And so when are they looking to start within the town?
well, they've already done some of the inside town stuff, like up on top up there. I think they're gonna do stuff like in between the Homer's property, there's that whole strip there that needs,
Yeah.
thinning,
They've already done Golden on improved right away between Hemlock and that street.
oh, they have,
Stop, yeah,
okay,
there's a pile at the end of the road.
nice, okay,
Yeah,
so,
I had shown Daniel when he was at my property. Pine Street that comes across kind of between our properties, between Sam and Diego's.
yeah,
Just a terrible smell. And he was saying that's an area that they could do because, there's so many houses in there, but Pine Street's just gone.
I think it is on the map and,
Yeah, okay,
yeah. They're just, taking it one step at a time, and
Okay.
you're gonna see over the next year, we can't work because of this migratory bird thing, but, next few months, you'll see a little bit more, and
okay,
they won't be taking out full trees at all. They'll be cleaning up some of the dead trees that are down.
They do like the branches up to like 6, 8 feet high.
Even last 5 feet, yeah, they're just, and then also weed whacking and stuff, he's planning on taking down a lot of those.
right. So I don't know if this would be the right time to mention it, but, the downtown area, I think really, there's so many areas that really need the weed whacking and the dead grasses and brush, and tumbleweeds and all that cleared out. The flower beds got all kinds of tumbleweeds and things in there. And I also look at, what the message is being given to the townspeople when our own downtown district is just covered with, dead grasses and weeds that need to be cut back. And then we're asking people to do their own properties. I would really like to see the emphasis on the downtown weed whacking all around. I mean, look at along, on the town road right along, Kim's property. That's town property that's covered with that brush, and it's right downtown. And, just all over when you.
Well, maybe you just, reach out to Allison, because she's open to, that.
So would that be Ellison, or would that be Public Works is dealing with that around town?
Right now, we have a little bit in that grant for secondary roadside thinning,
Mhm.
that would be, and so you could say,
Yeah, cause just like all along Silver Street by the post office, I mean, it's just everywhere, and I think having that knockback, not only would it look nicer and be less of a fire hazard from somebody tossing a cigarette butt, but it also gives the message to the town people that we take this seriously,
yeah.
and we're trying to
Well,
clean it
one
up.
thing is under Public Works, I mean, we could direct Eddie to start looking at that, is he quite busy, do you know? Is
No, he still has matters, places.
so,
I mean, there's just a lot of areas downtown that could use to be,
he's supposed to turn in a report today, but if he doesn't, we should direct him to start looking at weeding around the, I call it secondary roadside thinning. It's like going out there with a weed whacker, cleaning up dead stuff on the roadside. So, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
yeah, it's just something I keep bringing up, and I'm not seeing the progress made on it, so I'm gonna keep bringing it up.
Okay.
It's Have you been down Hemlock past the charter school?
Not for a while, no.
Terrible.
The-
And weed whacking is only gonna make it worse. It's just gonna take a billion seeds and throw them everywhere.
Yeah, you gotta get those weeds before they go to seed.
Well, if there's a way to get that brush knocked down. I mean, for my own property, I stay on top of it and do it before they go to seed, so you don't have that issue. But I agree, if you've got tumbleweed and everything out there, you're gonna be spreading it. But at the same time, unless we burn it, what do you do?
I don't know.
Do we have a brush hog on the tractor in the middle of the year? I mean, when it's like a time when the trees are coming up, so. Yeah, that really is.
But I think just the fire hazard of that brush is something. You know, and if it does throw seeds everywhere, then they're coming to jump it in next spring, it's safe to just keep on. 4 inches tall.
I think we're gonna need, eventually, we might need one more person in public works.
But the flower beds also have just got all kinds of things in them, so. I don't know who's working those, but no, it's a good time. We don't have the snow and, not having to deal with the parks, that maybe there's time to be able to break out some of that stuff in the flower beds, just break it out and pile it up.
You put that in there too? Okay, all right. Next. Is there any other questions about the mitigation grant? Water right application, final decree. So I don't know if you guys saw that, we had a letter from budget, really. The water judge has issued a final decree granting Crestone's request for findings of reasonable diligence for the conditional portions of its wells, see attached. As discussed, if the town believes it will need more water in the future than the amount that is currently being used, it will need to make some progress in developing the conditional water rights over the next 6 years. This could be done, for example, completing improvements on the wells, such as installing higher capacity pumps to prepare for using more water. Crestone could also consider completing a master water supply plan that evaluates the amount of water it will need in the future. These types of plans can also help with diligence towards developing a water right. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions or would like to discuss. This is an important, thing for the town, and I know it says 6 years. It's definitely something that we should keep bringing up until we decide what we wanna do.
Yes, and, when I read through that, and also there was an email that we got from the, I can't remember the title of the government officials of Colorado. It's, their office is down in Alamosa.
The water,
The San Luis Valley Council of Governments.
That's what it is. They sent out an email, letting everyone know that the ARPA, which is the American Rescue Plan Act, we've got a last chance to possibly put any, requests into them, and they gave a contact name and email, and maybe we should see if, the enhancing of the wells that they're suggesting in that court ruling, that it might be something that we could do for ourselves. I know we talked a little bit about the possibility of additional storage. I don't know if that's also a possibility. I understand we can't really bank water, but maybe there's a way around that as well. So
Well, it seems like, it would probably be able to, I mean, if we did have water up on the, say, the southeast corner of town, then this one would be more for the north side of town, and then we could kind of balance the two out, you know, rather than. But I guess if we were gonna go big, I mean, if we were gonna do it, we wanna go big. So there might still be a stagnant water problem.
Well, yeah, we don't know, that would take a little bit more study on that side of that fence. But if the board, doesn't mind, I wouldn't mind contacting them and seeing what additional information that they might have for us. And,
I'm supposed to be on that board, the Council of Governments, so, I don't know when the next meeting is.
Is that an Alamosa?
Yeah.
yeah,
I think Dean is the second.
I think it's today.
So,
Is it today?
Let's see.
right, it coincides with our board meeting. But I don't know how much money's left, but last report I saw, it was like almost $200 billion available for the state of Colorado.
so, I think that's good to reach out and see what they can offer us. I also, when I look at this, it says, Crestone could also consider completing a master water supply plan that evaluates the amount of water we'll need in the future. I think before we would go for, say, a grant to be able to have another water storage tank or drill any more wells, a lot of times DOLA or whoever, who's the funding agent, they like to see those preliminary plans and studies and everything done. So I think her advice right here is a good kind of a document that could maybe take us to a step to go to somebody like DOLA and say, this was recommended, this is what we need. We need to have a future water study. How many people are eventually going to come on? What are going to be our water requirements for the future? And maybe there could then be a grant that there's a water engineering study that looks at the town and could back us up on this is what our future needs are gonna be. And as long as we're not overburdening our own staff, like we can't do that right now, certainly. But the idea of getting in line from sort of a water expansion study could be something that we could then use for going for more storage or wells or any of this. And quite often before, like I said, before they do anything, they wanna have a study based upon real facts, you know, how much water we're gonna use in the future. So this right here opens the door for us to
Absolutely.
apply for that sort of a study.
So the only thing I could think of would be to, you know, and I don't know if we wanna do it right now, but go out for bid on, or a request for proposal on a water plant study, so at least we know how much it would cost and be something that we could have. You know, we don't necessarily need to enact it, but at least we know what's gonna take.
And this, I don't necessarily see things like everything else, but this also, kind of knits in with our sanitary sewer. And our, maximum amount of gallons at 60,000 versus at 30,000. If we were in fact successful in increasing our distribution system, there's a good likelihood that we would also need to increase the amount of folks that would be on the sanitary sewer, maybe even an extension of that, or an extension of the distribution system, and possibly some reset. So, yeah, it all comes together.
I agree.
So I would like to have this go onto like a 2025 planning wish list.
It is on our long-term goals here, but it's at the very bottom. But yeah, maybe we could ask Ariel to keep bringing this forward, like we had a committee called the Water Optimization Committee. It's, again, one of those committees that sits dormant until we need it.
Well, and I think it's something to just, you know, drop a word to Randy and say, hey, we got this report back and we'd like to look into it. Right now, we're in over our heads, but you know, what could be available to us and put that out towards.
Do you want to give that to Randy?
Um,
Alright,
I say we carry it into 25, not worry about it right this second. I mean, we do have 6 years, I know that 6 years can go by kind of quick, if we're not careful.
I mean, these things take a while to get in motion.
But the other thing, the American Recovery, whatever it's called, has a deadline, and I think it's at the end of this month. And if you're not ready, as I read through it, by simply contacting these people and letting them know that we've got some preliminary ideas in the works, may postpone that deadline for us. So the board is not opposed. I don't mind at least making that initiation.
What would it be, a motion?
I don't think it needs to be a motion, but just.
That reminded me, what was the motion we needed for, we should have brought that up for the bank, we missed that.
Oh, I put it in here under item E.
Oh, okay, perfect. How do you, I mean, you wanna just put it back on January's agenda?
Sure.
And then,
We'll just make a couple of phone calls and see what's cooking.
I missed that COG meeting today,
I think it's over 5.
5 tonight.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Ariel, you had sent that email to us, and I know I had it, but I can't find, oh, here it is right here. I'm sorry, I got it.
But does everybody agree to just put the water stuff back on, January and just keep discussing how we move forward? I know that, we postponed stuff, but we really gotta get through the finance stuff before we can do pretty much anything new.
I would suggest we wait till January, because we have a lot more info to collect. And make good and over the decision.
Next we have, yeah, I agree. Next we have the, E, which is request to complete First Southwest Bank Cash Management Service application. So this was something that I was given by the bank. I went there to do our CDs. I switched over the CDs, so those are done. However, they have 2 different systems for online banking management, and one is more for personal use, and that's the one that we're using right now, and the other one is for businesses or municipalities. And in order to switch over, there's a little bit of a process. And so Ariel's initiating that through a motion. We need to make a motion that we're gonna switch it over, is that right?
Yes,
What is it?
that you're going to adopt all those resolutions in the document itself.
Commercial, the monthly cost bill pay, all those? No,
Under, it says 1,
oh,
it's resolved that as such other person as this corporation may designate in writing. They're asking that whoever you're putting here, I assume myself, that they can administer internet cash management with First Southwest Bank for the purpose of online initiating, reviewing, and settling all banking transactions undertaken by the corporation. B, to act solely on behalf of the corporation in transferring, distributing, and consolidating any and all funds held by the corporation with First Southwest Bank through cash management. C, to designate or assign subordinate users with access rights to the corporation's deposit and or loan accounts held at First Southwest Bank. D, to review and amend any and all subordinate user access rights on behalf of the corporation. E, to settle, compromise, adjust, and give releases on behalf of this corporation with respect to any and all claims, disputes, and controversies as a result of transactions placed or initiated through cash management. And F, to otherwise perform all terms and provisions of the above mentioned agreements and to take any other action relating to any of the foregoing matters.
And beyond, resolved, do you want to read it?
Do you want me to keep reading?
There's further resolved. Oh, that was number one. Is that
That
the
was under number
2, resolve that First Southwest Bank may deal with any and all of the persons directly or indirectly by foregoing resolution empowered as though they were dealing with the corporation directly, and that in the event of any change in the office or powers or persons hereby empowered, the secretary, assistant secretary shall certify such change in First Southwest Bank in writing in the manner herein provided, which notification which, when received, shall be adequate both to terminate the powers of the persons therefore authorized and to empower the person substituted. 3, further resolved that the foregoing resolutions and the certificate actually furnished to First Southwest Bank by the secretary, assistant secretary of the corporation pursuant thereto be and are hereby made irrevocable until First Southwest Bank therefore shall have received notice of revocation. 4, further resolved that the corporation agrees to indemnify and hold harmless First Southwest Bank and its associates from any and all losses, damage, or liability incurred due to any and all actions, representations, or warranties made by the administrator or authorized subordinate users. 5, further resolved that the secretary, assistant secretary of the corporation may be and is hereby authorized and directed to present a certified copy of these resolutions together with the certification of certain managers, members, or officers to First Southwest Bank, and that the authority hereby given to the agents, including the persons named as managers, members, or officers in such certification until such time as First Southwest Bank receives written notification that such persons are no longer in such offices, shall continue to enforce and effect, irrespective of whether any of them ceases to be officers or employees of the corporation until notice of revocation or modification is given in writing to First Southwest Bank or its successors or assigns. I need a motion for that.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Dennis. Any discussion? We're just gonna stick with the basic on that? Or are we gonna go into essentials or plus?
I thought you should do, I think he's asking for essentials.
Essentials? It's $10 per month.
This is also to secure that or ensure that the persons of contact are constantly updated. Because what has happened in the past, from everything from the 811 number to other organizations, we've not kept up on updating persons of contact. So I guess it would just be our phone number here and the landline and our town email. No personal emails, no personal phone numbers on
I
that
would
at
just
all.
use the phone number, I would use the phone for the office cell phone, ending in 5872. For if they require the multi-factor authentication.
So, and then also just, making Ariel the point of contact in that right now, and then we can have us, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor be secondary, and then also having access to allowing Andrea to have access as well to at least part or most of that, to be able to, see the accounts, because that's something that she.
Would it be, would it be identified as the clerk's office and then Ariel's name, or God forbid, in case you decided that you wanted to get out of here and somebody else took your spot, which would be impossible. But I don't want to happen, or I wouldn't want to take any chance of happening what happened with the previous administrator and all that work. They were looking for him, and he no longer was here anymore.
I try not to put my name on things, I try to put town of Crestone
You,
on everything.
Okay.
And then use that cell phone so that you don't run into that issue of like me trying to text Scott for, everyone.
gotcha, okay.
And as we go forward, she is creating ways of, what do you call it, legacy materials?
Yeah, I've been documenting all the processes, especially the new ones we've been, implementing so that that all can be reviewed in the future.
So, we have a motion. There's a few extra details that are going on in the motion. Go to read it back when you get a chance.
I don't really quite understand what the first motion is.
First motion is to sign this corporate resolution for cash management.
So motion to approve the corporate resolution for cash management, with Ariel Blackwell as the, what do they call it?
There's a, secretary.
Yeah, the Secretary of Corporation, to assign secondary user access to Adam Kinney and Benjamin Meyer.
And permissions, however, the next level of permissions for Andrea Bueller. I think there's a whole process once you get this going to do that.
Anything else? Yeah.
Just a question, if Andrea was not in the picture anymore, is it a simple process to ever remove from that?
I think it is.
I'm sure. To remove people.
Yeah, they're keeping us updated on the process, like as we go forward. Okay, all in favor?
All right,
Aye. Unanimous. All right, let's take a 6-minute break.
okay for me?
What time you wanna break for lunch?
12:30.
I think I have to go.
You'll be here for the attorney?
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, I'm getting these emails from clients that are really pressing. What do you need for a quorum? 4 people?
1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Holiday, everything.
It's like general dysfunction and stress. I don't even know if the holidays are related.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But it's good news, right? Business.
Business without profit is not good news.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna go. Have a good day, Adam. And. I was.
Here.
It is cold, yeah.
My feet are frozen. Is the heat's still broken here, right? No, there's baseboard. I don't think it works. Doesn't work.
My body gets in.
I was thinking about getting my, Parker in my car. Have behind me as a warm blanket.
You doing, Kim? All right, yeah, okay.
You went home and get a space heater.
I just turned it up.
Oh, you did? Does the baseboard work?
Yeah.
She's trying to bring us out, so we don't hurry up.
So we leave early, yeah.
If you forget the.
Classic new trick.
You can go over it too. Yeah, I'm leave.
Yeah.
It's whatever me tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not going on.
Yeah.
Like, I guess if I have to.
Yeah, I have gotten kind of used to it, unseasonably warm.
How much longer is it gonna be?
It's, 2 more minutes.
Do you feel like shaking at your house from the construction?
What's that?
You feel the ground like shaking at your house from the construction? No?
No. They probably had a compactor out there. You know, it's normal construction. You can either do it right or we gotta run the equipment, we gotta run the equipment.
Yeah, I lived in a building on the beach in Florida for a few years, and they were building a building next to me, and I was on the 10th floor, and I would feel it, you know, I could feel the waves too from the ocean. When you feel like you're in the ground, or travel.
Well, I'm originally from the city of Chicago, and they get those pile drivers down, cause the city is built on a big swamp. And, they get the pile drivers going, and you'd hear that bang, bang, you could feel it, I mean, they go down like 100 feet.
So you can feel if you have your feet on the floor in your house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how it was. My grandfather was from Chicago,
is it?
his whole side of the family, yeah.
What part, you know?
I know he lived like downtown when he was
Really?
young, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he went to World War II and was stationed in Brooklyn, and was just staying in Brooklyn after World War II.
My family, we were interstate cowboys, they worked in the stockyards when it was going back in the 1800s and the early 1900s, I think it quit in the 50s. And we never had a shortage for beef or mutton or anything.
I'm curious now, I have my grandpa's birth certificate at home, I'm curious, I'm gonna look where the address is. See.
Yeah. There's a good book, it's called The Jungle by Upton Sinclair.
I read it.
Have you?
Yeah. And
That's my old neighborhood,
oh yeah,
that's where I was born and raised.
God, I haven't read it since college, but I should read it again.
Yeah, is it downtown like area or around?
Well, this was south, of what they call the loop.
I never been to Chicago.
You know, it's changed quite a bit.
You know, when I was growing up in like the eighties, nineties in New York, we were competing with Chicago for like the
Always.
highest murder rate.
Yeah. Everything. With everything, population, I know, you guys didn't know about it, we were competing with you.
Yeah.
But I think we got you beat on the murder.
Yeah. Chicago usually beat us.
What a goal.
But
Yeah, they call it
population control.
They called it Chirac.
I think it was
Yeah.
92, we had the highest murder rate since the year 1800 in New York. I don't know if we beat Chicago that year, maybe.
Well, we do that on the weekend.
Probably not though.
Yeah.
500 people get shot in one weekend.
You just went to Chicago, right?
It's not that bad. Where, I mean, in the main area. It's just, you gotta go in the wrong place.
Right.
I mean, it's still sketchy, like, there's, you know, people that walk down these side streets and stuff like that, and you're like, you know, this is like, there's always opportunities there.
Yeah.
But that's how New York is too.
I've only been to the airport. It's not in Chicago, it's not in Cincinnati, but. They got city, but Michelle is, she said it was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Great, Chicago is a great city.
Yeah.
They're called the vacation city
You
too.
just took the little ones, right? Like Shoshi and
Shoshi area, yeah, it was great.
you, that's all it went, right? Yeah.
Well, one time it was almost strictly industrial except for the north end, and now it's. If a big city can be gentrified, it has been. It's, we cleaned up Chicago, South Branch of the Chicago River and. Condos and.
Yeah, I don't even recognize neighborhoods in New York when I go back, they're like, you know, like ghetto slums and now they're like up and coming. Like,
Right.
Yeah. Neighborhoods and everything's cleaned up, there's no garbage on the street anymore.
Doesn't feel like home anymore.
No, it doesn't. I'm more comfortable here today, I was before, it's no stuff to say, yeah.
Yeah.
His son,
How's your son doing?
I'm not gonna call him, I think they released him to go back to work. When he had to bed rest for 3 weeks, so. Like I know he's okay, most of it was, he had a severe concussion. Yeah.
But the 10 brothers and sisters, and they're all raised in Chicago, and they're the youngest, but they're all.
What's the last name?
It's Epstein.
No, I've seen the money, right?
All right, next. We lost one member, so, and I think, Kism's not gonna be here in the afternoon, so I need everybody here. I have a storm.
I have to pick my daughter up at 4.
Oh, what time?
I can come at 4. I can come like
We
back.
should be done with- I'm more thinking of the attorney's report and stuff like that. And I texted Dana, I don't know where Dana is, so she's. All right. I hope this is the holiday season. I said, I hope this is just the holiday season, I hope next year we are full meeting, because it's definitely helpful to have everybody here.
So that time we could go on Zoom, right, or?
Yeah, you can go on Zoom, but in-person meetings are really I say the rubber meets the road, and we really need to try to be here if we can do it. Next, we have, DOLA strategic planning tool. this is gonna be coming on our agenda every month until we, so that we have an idea of getting through how to get through these priorities. To increase our revenue. Priority 2 is our water plant implementation improvements, which were, Dennis and I are gonna fill out this, grant form maybe today. Priority 3 is our cemetery improvements. Priority 4 is our Cottonwood Bridge, which, we decided that we were going to allow them to do another inspection on, and we're gonna, hold off until then. Possibly, talking to a engineer about it, feasibility of having it done, in-house. Long-term goals, improving relationships and transparency with the community. That's an important one. I think that, we're doing a better job with that. Being transparent, I think that we're really working just, philosophically, I think all of us really wanna have the community be able to be part of our meetings or be part of our, helping us in any way they can. So I don't know how that got off track so much in the past, but my goal is to keep that relationship in good standing and transparency and good standing with the community. Hazard mitigation, so we are working a little bit on that. The flood mitigation is really important, but again, something that we have to do in the future. So I'm happy that we're getting the fire mitigation done. That's stormwater, flood control, town hall, meeting room improvements. Again, the future project, track 1 improvements. We're gonna discuss today with Jimmy a little bit. And water storage, we're discussing, so every month we should be just kind of going through this and seeing where we're at with everything.
If I may.
Yes,
So, when we talked about flood and fire hazard mitigations and then flood and fire threat, stormwater flood control. All of us who watch the news, seeing things that, because of climate change, these incredible downpours of water that come in, with major storms and creating floods. And, we have long looked at here at our town being really vulnerable for flash floods. Because of the drought and all that, we've kind of moved away from the water flood control to more fire. But I really think that we have to pay attention to the flood control. Kim remembers seeing Galena be a river and about taking this building out, and we've all seen some pretty heavy duty thunderstorms that come in. And I think this is something we do have to keep on our radar. And again, when it comes to public works, walking on our own neighborhood, like on Hemlock Street that comes across, Kim and I have both talked about how over the last 10 years, the town keeps putting gravel on the roads and they smooth it and the roads are getting wider. And instead of the roads draining into a borrow ditch, we've got gravel up on the sides, and you see that all over town. And I noticed it in our neighborhood because that's where I live. But when we get rain, because of that, instead of those roads being rounded, they're dipped. And so when we get the rains, it all just runs right down the roads, and it's not being properly channeled. And whether it's gonna run and take out our roads, which are thousands of dollars worth of damage, or it's gonna go onto people's property. So I think there needs to be a mindset, it doesn't have to be great big projects, But we really need to start grooming these roads to pull the dirt out of the borrow ditches, pull them out of the roads, so that we have adequate drainage. Cause right now, if we get these big storms, we're not properly controlling the water. And simple things like having it in the mine, okay, and culverts. You know, are they taking the water where they're supposed to? So I think this is something that with working with public works, that's just always part of the mindset that says, where's this water going? When they're out there, and I think there needs to be a real effort in our roads to be able to pull that gravel from the sides and shape our roads so they're adequately gonna drain.
What do you call it, reclaiming?
Reclaiming, yeah.
Can you get something to say?
No, it's just reclaiming,
It's called reclaiming.
reclaiming the gravel and making it, like you said, more of a T in the middle of the road instead of the.
And when we used to have the county do the roads, this has been a good while now, they'd come in with their blade and they'd run it, they'd pull, like they do all over the county, they'd pull it up out of the ditches and put it onto the road and spread it back out. And ours are just getting, the roads are getting like this with humps. And, just doing one section at a time.
You think the tractor can do it?
So, I had talked with Andrew once about this with our tractor, whether or not it has the blade that can do this. And I'm not really sure what the answer was on this, but it's something that needs to be done, and there's some places in town where it's worse than others. That could be a priority, but the key thing is reestablishing not just the gravel back in the road, but the borrow ditches, so that they will actually do what they're supposed to do. Right now, they don't run, it just runs down the road. And we have several key places where we have done flood mitigation that plowing has kind of closed off where they're supposed to drain to. And we need to reassess, just like the flood ditch that goes across town. Is that water from Galena actually going into the flood ditches up through all the different points? So I think it's something we need to pay attention to, is this.
Do you wanna direct, the public works again to do like maybe, sectional report on each, on. Like, like, pick an area, draw a little map and.
Yeah, and just start working, if they, I don't know if they have the capabilities to be able to run their blade from an angle to be able to pull that all out. And,
What do you think, no?
it's something we should really look at.
The county had given a proposal, maybe 2 or 3 months ago to do Galena. From where the asphalt ends to line, maybe a little bit, or not line, but hemlock and a little bit further. And that was right around $8,000 for that section. And that was to reestablish the drainage on both sides of the road, put a crown to it, which would require using some of that gravel and bringing in some. I asked them if they had what's called a grade off, and like their handy machine that can sit on the road and actually, without disturbing the road, reclaim the gravel out of the ditch, different shaped bucket. And they don't have one, they don't have a compactor. In my experience and estimation, they don't really have the right equipment.
That's the county?
Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff, but anything other than that, they have to, like the roller and that, they have to learn.
How have we done it?
The county doesn't have equipment?
The right equipment.
Okay, cause I see the county out there doing just that, I mean, they're running the gravel out, and that's what they used to do in town. So I wonder if we could make some arrangements with the county to come in and work on some of our roads, so that don't.
Well, like I said, they gave a proposal, it was right around $8,000, so that's really what we would need, is the money, and they'd be willing to do that.
That's just one little section.
That was just that section for me.
But I just think it's something we do need to pay attention to and see how we can address going forward.
We have some very severe drainage problems in town, and some of our businesses experience some of that, from the grocery store down to the restaurant, whether they're as well.
Would the Galena just be from like Mary's house to the water? Or would it be from like Mary's house to the restaurant?
That's just one little section.
There, right, The Galena for the county proposed for $8,000, or would it just be, would it just be from like Mary's house to the water tank?
I don't think it went up to the water tank. It was right where the pavement ends up here by the grocery store.
Well, I know that a few years back, we had kind of flooding happening and all the North Crestone and all that, whatever the FEMA grant that the town got through, what was his name, the architect, and we were able to do some work with the FEMA grant.
Bert Watson.
Bert Watson, thank you. And he had, we had Kenny Scogan come in and do some ditching along Galena, and they did some other work around town. It was part of a FEMA flood grant. So,
But there was phase one, and then there's phase two, and then we were supposed to have phase three, which is the actual, like, where does that water end up?
right,
And we, we kind of stopped short, but.
yeah, but they did step up in the neighborhoods to try and deal with some of the, water drainage issues. So I'm just bringing that up again.
No, I think you're right. I like the strategy, but, again, it might be something that, we have to postpone a little bit and,
There
either,
was a good drainage study
Yeah.
done years ago.
yeah.
Not much has changed other than the condition has deteriorated more. But yeah, we can sure resurrect that. I know Miguel, before he left, had made an attempt with that's really just a landscape tool. It's not really made for that big, heavier work that it would take to do. I mean, he tried his best.
But like, isn't also referring to some, like up on Micah where we live above us, there's like, culverts that are kind of going in different directions. The idea, I think, was that when the water comes down, that it comes down and then it crosses the road and then goes on to the other side and then runs down that way. But that's all clogged up. There's no way, I mean, you can't even see it barely, you just see the top of it.
Well, as far as cleaning them out,
Yeah, there's some bad, like the culvert on Hemlock and, Iron.
Yeah.
It's just, people keep driving into that, the culvert's destroyed. But I know going across Hemlock and that, you just get places where those barges shouldn't, you got the water coming down the hill off of people's driveways, hitting Hemlock Street. And then where does it go? And if it cuts out a great big swath of hemlock, that's a lot of money to repair.
well, and as dry as it's been, this would be a good time to be able to do that. Unfortunately, we only have one public works employee.
Well, I mean, it sounds like Eddie could use some of his hours. We could have him do like a section by section analysis. And, maybe with Andrew and like, see, what kind of work has to be done in each section. Starting, I would start on the northeast corner or northwest, northeast corner. And work down this way.
Yeah, it seems the way it goes.
Okay,
So do you guys wanna direct?
I know Andrew's got a VA, phone call around noon, but he said he'd be available at noon.
We'll put that on as a direction for public works to start looking at. Like simple drainage, mitigation,
Cleaning,
culvert
ditch
cleaning,
cleaning.
ditch cleaning.
Used to do that, you don't have enough people now.
It sounds like Eddie has more time, especially right now, and dry, and so. It's things that,
Well, cause we're gonna coordinate with the, fire department for their trainings on Saturdays.
right,
To just use the hose and check the hydrants and clean those culverts out.
yeah,
And that was just part of it, but, with one person. It's
Yeah.
difficult to get anything done. But, yeah, Andrew's available at noon after his phone call, so we need to call him. Do so.
next, okay. Next on the agenda is Public Works report, which we'll get later. Water Department report is in our binder.
so I think it would be really helpful if we actually had like a written report from like Public Works.
I just brought that up with him today.
I talked to him about that last week and he said he would start doing that.
Yeah, I agree. You showed him how, you kind of give him a,
I gave him like reports from like myself and Brent, as a template.
did we have one from? ORC report, or?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
So on the water report, I would like it if our water operator would put their name, because who is our water operator?
It's Brett Kohler.
Okay. It would be nice if when it says from Crestone Water Department and what his name and title is on that report.
It wouldn't be Brent Collier, Brett Collier.
Oh,
It would be Brent Vanderbilt.
It would just help me to remember who's doing what.
And I get Brent and Brett, these all the time.
who wrote the report? I don't even see it. Why didn't I?
Brent,
It's under, let me just. It's in the, 16 water department.
And so I also think it's important with these reports, that we do have the monthly written reports and we have the person's name or title on there. Because they're actually an official document that if we go and we wanna say, and what was the report that the water department did back in May, where they first brought up that there was such and such problem? And if it's only an oral report, it might be hard to track down, or if it's part of the minutes, it's really tracking the work that's being done. And, I just feel like it's kind of important to have that to where we can say, all right, in March.
Or sign it, yeah.
Yeah, they said this and this and this, so, okay.
Can you pass that on to sign
You
it?
want everyone to sign their
Yeah.
reports? Okay.
What do you think?
that's fine. We just put their name on it.
So CCWP regulatory training, I have begun the required training under the Colorado Certified Water Professional CCWP program, ensuring compliance with state regulations. This training, next step is licensing, ORC license. Floor flow meter grant, all invoices have been submitted to finalize the grant, making an important step toward improved water source. That's not totally true. We still have one more big one, $5,000 from, we have to figure that one out.
Do we look at that?
Okay. Turbine vent repaired to the main storage tanks, turbine vent has been repaired with line during the system's integrity. That was one of the checks we signed today. Grease trap inspections, we are on track to complete inspections for all commercial customers by December 15th, enhancing wastewater management compliance and BOD reduction coordination regarding the flow readings is scheduled with the Baca ORC this week.
That sounds like it.
Huh?
Sounds like he's got.
Anything we need from Brent?
I just know, I think he wanted to say something lovely.
You read the report? Yeah. You read it?
have any questions?
Um. So as far as this sewer flow meter grant, we're waiting on that one invoice from Craig.
For the sewer flow.
Is there any way you think that if we took that proposal that he had, does it say the amount?
And when my conversation with Craig, I asked him, I said, we don't have the invoice, can you give me the invoice? I said, I found this estimate, the estimate I think was for $62, $6,200, I believe, or something like that. I said, I asked him, I said, is this the amount that you were paid, was it different than the estimate? I said, I wanted to make sure that we were at least talking about the same amount. He said that he was paid that amount. That's what he told me.
So I'm wondering if,
That payment we found is
That estimate
the
from
estimate,
Craig,
yeah.
yeah, that's the amount. He told me that, I asked him if that was the amount of the invoice, and he said yes.
Yeah, so, okay, what I'm saying is.
So in
not
other words,
that-
if you look at that, it's basically, the estimate is the same as the invoice. That's what he told me.
Right,
Yeah.
and I think that the next question should be to Randy, and I think I know what her answer is gonna be, but if that is gonna be sufficient to close out the grant. But if she doesn't have an invoice, if Phila doesn't have an invoice, it specifically says that the work was done, I wouldn't be surprised if her answer would be no.
Yeah. I agree with him.
And why he is not giving us a copy of the bill, which he said he got paid for, I have no idea.
so the one thing we might be able to do is take the proposal that he has, that you guys still have, and make a copy of that, and get him to sign it and say that he paid it, and that would be sufficient, say that it was paid. Like almost like an affidavit.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know why he can't just, I mean, he should have a copy of it, he should be able to send it.
Sounds like he probably does, he just sounds,
I don't know why, yeah, I don't know why, I called him 3 times last week, I talked to him the week before, and, before the holiday, and he agreed to.
But do you know when your work was done?
No, I don't know when it was done.
So it'd be even difficult to,
Oh, sorry, wasn't the estimate for like June?
Well, I'm gonna assume that it was done after the estimate.
Yeah, that's all.
So, but we went through all his invoices for 2020, we went back, as far as we could go. I think there were 4 invoices for 2023, none of them pertained to the outflow meter, it was other work that he had done. So we couldn't match it up with any of the work we couldn't match that estimate with any of the
what do you,
payments that he had been paid in 2023.
Or in QuickBooks either.
Yeah,
QuickBooks, what about in, the treasurer's email? Can you look up Craig,
We look through emails, we look through QuickBooks, and we look through all the physical files that we.
what is his, company name?
High Mountain Electric. And that's where I found the estimate, was in my email.
Hmm.
That's how I discovered how much it was. I started looking through everything, trying to find it, and that's what I found. So
Hmm.
that's kind of where we are. We're kind of stuck, we're waiting on him, and that's where we are with it. Till he moves, we can't really move, but we do have some time.
We do, as far as I remember, the extension was for the fourth quarter, it's until like March.
My question would be whether we can turn in something else like that, if he signs off on it and says that it was paid. Rather than him finding the invoice, can we use the proposal as like an invoice? That would be my question, I guess, to Randy. But maybe we could just say like, we paid this, we're having a struggle finding the original invoice. He signed it, I don't know, I mean, that would be my suggestion. It'd be really nice to close this grant out. I mean, we really don't wanna have it on our plate anymore, get our reimbursements.
it's just really, to me, it's suspicious that we have no record, not a canceled check, not a 1099, nothing that shows that he claims we paid.
And I specifically remember him doing the work.
And we have nothing to show that we paid.
That's crazy.
It is.
Yeah, it would seem like that would be very easy to find.
I'm wondering, is it possible that he was paid that amount in more than one check?
That's what we look for, that's what we look to do that to see if maybe some of those, and I'll have to say, none of the, in QuickBooks, there's no notes. To the payments. We can't find any invoices that describe what these payments were for. But we couldn't really find anything that added up to the 6,200. There's nothing that, we couldn't like take two of them, add them together, and that would add up to, the amount that he said he was paid, so that's where we were with that. But we have no descriptors to tell us anything.
All the payments that we did find for 2023 to him only added up to about 5,600. It was like a full thousand
Yeah.
less.
Than what was that amount. So it's kind of mysterious.
For sure.
Not that I wanna burden anyone with any more research, but looking at maybe some past board meetings where the bill was approved or whatever.
We have not looked there in that, and then that would just give us an amount, and it would at least tell us that we did pay it, but I don't
Still,
know.
we
Yeah.
proof it.
It'd give us a date maybe of when he was paid, because we don't even know that. We're just assuming it was sometime in 2023. Or maybe 2024, kind of, it was a little iffy at the beginning of 2024.
I feel like I
I don't
remember
remember.
the ones from 20.
But you guys are all here, and
They were all coming through me, and then I was passing them, I saved them all and then passed them to the treasurer when she finally started, so she could start paying them. I don't remember seeing anything from High Mountain Electric or anything of like that substantive of a number.
yeah.
It was just all our like normal bills.
So weird.
It is.
So what do we do? What's our,
We could start by talking to Randy, like I'm happy to send her the estimate and ask her if that's enough, or if he signs it, is that enough? And if she says that's not enough, then I think the backup step is what you just suggested, like looking through the minutes and seeing if that can lead us anywhere. And then beyond that, I don't really have a plan C.
I mean, the only thing I could say would be like an affidavit
Yeah,
that correlates that, quote.
Yeah.
What do you call it,
the estimate.
estimate with us paying him.
Yeah, maybe the affidavits partly us saying like you can't find record of this, like he's confirming that he
Yeah.
was paid for this by the town of Crestone.
And I mean, it'd be a lot easier maybe to have him come over here and sign something. And it would be
Well, it'd be
fine.
easier if you just produce the invoice.
Well, obviously, that would be the best. I would say that's the easiest, I'd say it's the best.
Yeah, I mean, but to get him, if we can't get him to give us the invoice, it's gonna be kind of hard to get him to sign an affidavit as well.
Maybe even harder.
Yeah, that would be more action, whereas it's just a matter of going back in his emails. and
I'll
sending
text
us-
him right now.
Yeah, I think we need to follow up with him. You won't answer my calls as of last week.
I talked to him last
Did you
week.
talk to him?
Yeah, I'm gonna text him.
He said he was very busy.
We do have time on our side as far as, yeah, I mean, I know we wanna close it out as soon as we can, but the deadline, we do have a little bit of time for that.
I know, but yeah.
It would just be nice to get it off the books.
Or yes.
Anything else for Brent that we need to go through? Did you wanna discuss anything regarding the meter reads for the water system? Anything like that? You had called me about it and. probably called
The
Dennis.
meter reads, it looks like I mean, you guys, I mean, we did, I did my meter reads and then we did 2 billings this month. So you guys are gonna be getting a bill and then a bill. But everything seems to be good as far as the reads go. Everything's based on usage, so the bills are gonna be closer together, but they're still for 30 days. So, if you have people asking you questions, like that, just say that they're billed as usage. So they're just gonna be closer together this month, and then they'll be every 30 days from now on.
But you're confident that's a better,
Yeah, and hopefully that's what Warren was wanting. I hope that satisfies what he was wanting. It doesn't really save us any money that I can see, but at least when I do my meter reads, we're getting billed and it's not happening 15 days later or 2 weeks later. It's happening the same.
So the next meter read will be at the end of this month for December, for the entire part of December. Yeah.
Mhm. We'll do it, we got a holiday, we'll figure out what day we're gonna do it. The holidays have been kind of pushing it one side or the other, but we'll figure that out. But yeah, when there's not a holiday, it'll be, the last day of the month, yeah. And, we're good there. Let's see. There's more construction over here. We're gonna have, I'm working on, I went to the north side of Lime Street with a pad next to a hydrant and next to, a water valve. They did not figure in the extension, they did the extension to the valve, they didn't do the extension to the water meter. So I'm speaking with, RMS Utilities, their supervisor, their project guy. They can get that included and they will do the work on that. So we're gonna do the work on the hydrant, and just have a little training session. But since it's gonna have to be extended, I'm gonna give them back their parts and they're going to do the extension and finish it out. Because look, the thing is, the hydrant's gonna be too low. The concrete is 15 inches, higher than the, base of the hydrant. So they're gonna move up the, hydrant 15 to 16 inches.
Does anybody know what that pad is for?
That's gonna be for phase 2. So phase 2 will come northward from what I understand. I don't think there's any drawings for that, but that's what I understand. This is just the first phase of this project.
North through that right away?
That's kind of what they said. I mean, I'm assuming that. It could go down line. I don't know where it's gonna go actually.
Because that's on town property then. I mean, what, I've never heard, I thought it was a county project and it was just for background.
But it's just, right now, it's just gonna be that pad. And so I think that's what the supervisor told me. I didn't talk to the manager.
Do we have drawings of that project?
Yeah, he did send me the drawings which showed me where that was, and yeah, it's included in that. And I think there's drawings up there, if you guys go up to the trailhead, I think there's drawings there, if you want to take a look.
I kind of remember them crossing over.
Yeah,
But it
it just
doesn't-
crosses, they've already poured the pad, it's sitting there. But anyway, we got a little work there, and, I did a locate on the front of the school there. Looks like they're going to be digging that up in the next few days. I've told them, I've already located the sewer for them, and they're gonna pull that culvert. They're gonna pull it up and lower it down a little bit so that they can get their culvert down underneath their concrete. There's not enough crates there. So we've got a few things going on there. That should happen in the next few days.
And also the cost of locates has gone up a little bit.
Has it?
Yeah,
Okay.
just so everyone's aware. From the 811 number. I don't remember the name. 811.
And,
Well, thank you. And then the only other thing was, because, I don't know, Kizan had recommended that we sign our reports or put your name on it at least, just so that it's for future reference. What was your point on that? Just a little more detail so that if we have to go back and look at stuff that we,
on the ORC report,
yeah.
what is it? What was your suggestion?
No, I'm just saying things like mention like with the public works report or the ORC report, just put your name and title on that, because this is, your report is actually part of like the minutes and the official record.
Okay,
So it's good to have that information, so
At the
like
bottom.
if we need to go back and look at something, when did this happen, when did that report go on? You know, it's got that information, cause even though an oral report is real good, it's the written report that becomes a part of the official meeting minutes. So that we have that information, names, titles, a good report of what's happening, Public Works, ORC. That's important, of course, not only for us to get informed before a meeting, which is very helpful, but just that it's part of the official records. And if you're gone or something happens, we wanna go back, or we're working on a grant or whatever, when did this happen? It's part of the official records. So it just helps us to keep track of stuff.
Was my footer not on there? Was my footer not on there at this time? or-
It said, water department ORC, but she just wants like Frank Vander.
Okay, yeah, the full footer, okay, okay.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, I didn't, yeah.
So we know who to blame if we need to.
Okay, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, normally I do that, but yeah, I think it didn't happen this time, okay.
Maybe we should sign them too.
And a lot of times when I send it on email, I have an automatic footer, and I don't even, sometimes I don't pay attention, that might have been my over, I didn't see that. Okay. Yeah. All right, you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
Next, we have water code compliance, no reports submitted.
I would like to talk about
Yes.
code compliance quickly. I
Yes.
know I probably sound like, a broken record, but I think we need to supplement code compliance. Mateo turned in a timesheet to me of 2.5 hours over 2 weeks. So essentially he did 1.5 hours of code compliance a week. I just don't know that that's enough. I'm not saying that we need like 20, 30 hours, but maybe at least like 5 to 10, you know, just aside from noise and dogs and parking, there's other things that we could be pursuing with code compliance, like business licenses, people not, you know, fulfilling their end of the business licensing,
Okay,
just
so I think maybe we should put out for a secondary
code compliance officer.
advertise for somebody.
Right,
For code enforcement.
When I did it, it was 3 of us. It was me, Nick Navarez, and Mary Lowers. We all split up different things.
Nick was code compliance for town, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely has.
I remember Carl doing it. You remember Carl?
Oh, I do remember Carl doing
Fighting with a lot of people.
it.
Yeah, you guys were a good team.
That was good. Not doing it again though.
Mary doesn't wanna do it.
God, so now I'm getting a message from Andrea. She'll be taking off December 22nd through January 5th. Hopefully she's leaving today. Oh, she said it should be a go, so. So she's probably meeting with her now. That's good. Okay. So we're gonna advertise for code compliance, see if we can find somebody to supplement. I mean, I like having Mateo around, but I do think we need to have
I
somebody.
like Mateo too, and I think he's been committed to like learning codes and doing what needs to be done. I just don't think that he has enough time for
Yeah, we need, yeah,
decibel readings, getting certified on that decibel reader like we talked about with the attorney, that kind of stuff.
Would anyone from Norfolk Public Works be interested in this position?
We don't have anybody in public works.
yeah, we only have part-time Andrew and part-time Eddie.
I think Kim would be good for public work, for code enforcement.
If we had that problem where we couldn't hire the board member, then you become your own boss.
It's not an easy job.
No,
Nobody likes to be a cop.
No.
I remember you giving Michelle a ticket. Yeah.
I didn't give it to her, but we had to give it.
Yeah, so everybody give it a
That was
ticket.
terrible. I hated that. Next, we have planning commission report. No, you know, we need another commissioner now, so we're gonna be looking for somebody for that job as well. Correspondence, let's go through this email from Dan. I might actually be able to just come in for the attorney report and get out of here today. After lunch. But let's, talk about Daya's thing real quick. This is kind of a big deal. I have no idea how to handle it.
I think I'd pass the ball to the person that said they were gonna be in charge of all that, and that was Akia. She sat here in this very same room and said that it was all, you're gonna handle the whole thing. But construction's construction, I mean,
Exactly.
I,
You know, they're not pounding at 9 o'clock at night.
no,
I mean, they're working 8 to 5 or whatever they do, and, they're getting their job done. I don't know what he expects us to do. Personally, what do you expect the board to do about construction? Noise, traffic?
Well, one thing is that
You're
in the
on
street.
hands are tied. Look,
the men have to have a place to park their vehicles while they're working.
I think they've been very respectful.
I think so too, more respectful than a lot of the people that use Hemlock and Lime to
Exactly.
get to the school as far as speed and dust and.
I agree.
Tell him not to block his driveway. That's the only thing I can think of. The rest are.
You know,
Not
can't
just,
stop progress, and you know, if you want pristine and quiet and no lights, move to the desert. But this is the municipality, stuff has to be done, and we're trying to be as amicable as possible all across the board. I don't know what he expects the board to do.
I mean, it's
Send him a letter that says be more quiet.
quiet construction.
We respect his opinion, and we could send him a nice card acknowledging his letter of interest or concern, but you know, this was a project that was long in the making, a lot of money spent, a lot of details taken care of, and I think they're doing a pretty good job. Yeah, it was kind of clear cut, you know, I went up there and I went, whoa, what happened? But, you know, it's just part of living in a town. You're gonna have to deal with somebody building a house next door to you.
Is that road gonna go into Galena? The road that they're building, like, past the construction? Like, they made the road longer, and I can kinda see on the map, it kinda, like a back road that could connect to Galena.
no,
That's Hemlock.
hello? Can we put?
Lime to Hemlock,
No, that road that ends
yeah,
on their property. If you're talking about the road on their property, it dead ends with the property.
See, like, this is where they're building at. And then they extended the road, but it kinda looks like it goes up here into Galena. It could. You see like the road right there?
No, they're not gonna be
Oh,
extending
no.
any of our roads.
I do think the one point that Dana makes in here could be addressed is making sure that his driveway or access is not blocked. I mean, that's something that, you know, they need to have that, and I think construction places, because the road is so narrow, should be on their property line. But just making sure that his driveway, nobody's parking right in his driveway or blocking access to his property.
Well, Rick's right there, I'm sure he's hearing what we're saying, if you could just relay that to the contractor.
Rick, do you hear us? are you there?
He just.
Yes, I can.
Hi, are you still on the CPC?
I am. Yeah, I am. Did,
Uh,
IKEA, I'm just trying to, give me just a second here. I just want to see, we did make a response, I don't think on that long thread. I think somebody wrote us independently, one of your citizens, and IKEA wrote a long, and I thought thoughtful, and of course, more or less touching on the points that you just did. I mean, you can't build without some disturbance. The one good thing was that the alarm last week was due to the final compacting on the two structures closest to those two properties across Lime, and
Yeah.
that finished. I want to say last Thursday or Friday, and so
Okay.
that was the proximal cause of the new alarm, because it is very close by. It was a lot of I mean, I think the prior compacting was around the perimeter footings and stem walls or perimeter walls. This was compacting on the interior for slab, and it's done. I'm told, of course.
The only thing I agree with Kim in that, it is construction work and it has to be done. And it usually does end. It's not like it ends that kind of intensity, but, the main thing is, since we had so many problems in the past with, the street being narrow, I just want to make it really clear that, they shouldn't be using our street for anything. It should be wide, it should be open and accessible to everybody that, lives
I
there.
understand. My suggestion, just as one board to another, would be if you want to make I would formalize that request or the reiteration and have it go from Ariel to Kia, and that way it's going to get up the chain and it'll get delivered to Alcon properly. I think that's I can always remind people here, but I don't have the same. It'll be the executive director that pushes that to, John at the job site and so forth. And she's the one who's in direct contact with Alcon. And so I think that's completely reasonable. If you'd like, I could read the response that was delivered to
Yeah,
town citizen. Yeah, Deborah. Did you
there.
see that?
No,
Do you want me
there.
to do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah,
Okay. So concurrent to, I think the emails from Dea, and that actually was to the trustees in a long distribution list that I don't think included any of our board. IKEA received, our executive director received a direct communication from Deborah McCallick. How do I pronounce that? McCallick?
yeah,
McCallick. So I don't believe this is but basically the complaint was similar. And I don't believe that this response is a violation of privacy. So it's just informational. It's coming from our executive director. Hi Deborah, I'm responding, and this is dated Friday the 6th of December. I'm responding to your message below. This is the second time I've heard about the ground shaking in the neighborhood around the Living Wisdom Village project, and I spoke with the soils engineer this morning, last Friday, to understand what is creating the situation. He said that the soil inside the community center and maintenance building is being topped off and compacted in preparation for concrete pads being poured. Compacting standards required by building codes must be met. These two buildings are closest to their surrounding neighborhood, and so the impact of this work would be the strongest. Knowing this likely does nothing to alleviate the distress you've been experiencing, however. The good news is that this will be complete today, Friday, around noon. Compaction on the site will continue, but will be occurring on the south end of the site, or towards the south end of the site, which will have much less impact on the neighborhood. To be compliant with ADA accessibility codes, the construction area has to be leveled. This required a 12 to 14 inch cut on the east side of the property and fill of an equal amount on the west side of the property. There was no way the trees in the middle of this, so now she's addressing the trees. There was no way the trees in the middle of this process could be retained or survive with construction. Every tree possible has been saved, and all the cut trees were donated to Neighbors Helping Neighbors so that they could distribute the wood to people needing that. And I will, or excuse me, needing heat. And I will add that Kizin will be consulting for replanting once we're done. But I understand we can't replace older trees in the near term, but we can plant towards the future. The final paragraph is the CPCH team has done all it could think of to mitigate distress during construction of the Living Wisdom project. It is a huge construction project requiring heavy equipment and resulting in a lot of noise. I am sure I would feel the same as you if this project were occurring near where I live. I and the CPCH board deeply regret the distress construction is causing the neighbors. We know that once the village is livable, it will be a wonderful resource for aging people with limited financial resources, and hopefully you and the others in the area will enjoy your new neighbors. And finally, please feel comfortable reaching out to me personally if you have questions or concerns. Signed, Akia. So just as regards the traffic and the trucks and all of that, I think that's a very valid reminder. And I just, aside from me, listen, because I can just do what I do on the board, but I can't ensure that it gets up the chain of command. I think it's probably, better that it comes from town clerk.
Okay, I guess it's not so much the trucks, it's that the fencing is kind of sticking out pretty deep into the road is what Dea had said, and that it's causing him to really have to struggle to get in and out of his driveway. So,
Well, and if that fencing's on your road, then that should be pulled back. So again, that's why it should go through the official channel, because I'm not the surveyor, and obviously I'm not the general contractor.
okay,
But we'll do everything we can to help.
So I think that if some of the workers' trucks that are parking on Lime Street, like by Daya's house, if some of those can be parked either on the Living Wisdom property or on Hemlock, that might help just with some of the impact of vehicles running and starting up and people talking and all of this. It could lessen that immediate impact. So if there's places that those workers' trucks can park on the land or over on Hemlock, that at least would pull some of that impact back away from Daya's house.
so let's have Ariel write
Yeah.
a simple letter stating those 2 points. Basically, fences have to be off our property. And that, we're gonna, we should just say that we're gonna not allow parking on Lime Street.
I mean, it's understandable if they're doing deliveries or that sort of work, but I agree, it would be good if they could park elsewhere and just minimize the impact on Lime.
I understand those are reasonable requests, especially for the worker trucks and stuff. I know that there is some heavier stuff stored up that dead end that you all were talking about. So I can't personally tell Alcan what to do, or well, we can, of course, obviously as the end client, but I don't know the ins. Akia will be better positioned to negotiate what has to go where, and also, satisfy your end of the bargain. So, but I think that's all reasonable what you all are saying. So, yeah, just pass it along to Akia, and we'll do our best to, to keep mitigating where we can going forward. The good thing is that, every month we get more and more of the external stuff done and less of and even the buildings are starting to get closed in, and which means that the future work will be on the exterior. And then as we go forward, there's less requirement for the heavy machinery, and the big equipment deliveries and so forth.
Yeah, I think we're gonna start seeing an improvement that just seems like maybe the peak of the construction.
I think so. And then certainly by the time people are opening their windows, come April, end of April, I would expect us to be largely in on the interior. Of course, there'll be some, I'm trying to remember what we're doing there's going to be some concrete sidewalk and this and that. But I think for the most part, hopefully the majority is done. And of course, at that point, we're getting very close to the end, and that I think will be easier on people too. They still look out there and say, boy, there's a lot of stuff to be done. How long is my house going to be shaking? I understand.
All right, well, thank you, Rick, thanks for the update.
Well, thanks for your understanding. And I'm sorry you guys are, in the front of the, in the line of fire, so to speak.
Yep, well, thank you again. And, we're gonna move on to, had that email from Kevin Sloan that we talked about, and, I would like to direct our clerk again to just, I guess I could talk to Allison about it too. Just having better communication with the fire departments. Sounds like, I don't even know who Kevin Sloan is.
Yeah, I don't either, I tried to look him up.
Okay, Baccarat.
He was concerned because he saw the fire. Are you directing me to?
Maybe just pass this letter on to Allison. And then just maybe in the attachment, or not, attach the letter, and then in the section where you write just something like, if there's any extra communication between the Baca Fire Department and, I mean, the sheriff is really the fire marshal, and he should be communicating they should be sending out a, what do they call it, a dispatch to all the fire departments, just saying that they're doing controlled burn. So any way that can happen would be great. Something simple. All right, moving right along, we are at adjourn, but we gotta go back. So we're gonna take a break. We'll take an hour and a half break. That gives us some time to read the budget. Cause that's what we're gonna have to work on too.
On the budget?
Yeah, the budget that's on here, because we have to have it. We have to have it ready. Thank you, Kizin. Thanks for coming for part of it. Everybody's got to come back though. Cause it's us four. It's 1:32. And we're back in session, and we're gonna start with the attorney's report. Hi, Seth.
Hello, board. Hello, Mayor. Thank you all for having me. See a lot of smiles. I feel like I'm missing something.
Well, it's just four of us. We just have a measly quorum right now. Yeah,
A quorum is a quorum.
Quorum to quorum. We just all have to agree.
That's what makes the world interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Mayor, if I understood, you would just like me to jump right into my report for the month of December 2024.
Thank you.
Okay. So as a quick recap, a bit of November entailed review of multiple wildfire mitigation contracts. I worked remotely with Allison on that. We had a few emails back and forth. I don't think we spoke over the phone. It might have been all over email. I also spent some time reviewing the Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District IGA progress, and I believe that was discussed amongst the board at a public hearing on November 30th. I had a follow-up conversation with our clerk on December 6th, I believe, about some of those points, and that would kind of dovetail into my request for the board. Were you able to have a copy of the draft letter to Baca Grande that was sent to the clerk just this morning? And it was also in the Google Drive under attorney files for the board to review.
I haven't seen it
I
yet.
don't see it in Google Drive.
Won't be in Google Drive, will be in our email, right?
I didn't
And-
receive it.
Nothing yet.
Okay, I can take a minute here. Let me see if I put that in the wrong place then.
Sent around noon.
I'm sorry.
You sent it around noon today? I think I do have it now.
No, it was a little earlier in the day.
Um,
Well, actually right. It was sent at 11:56. I'm sorry about that. Basically, I'm just trying to inform the town of my understanding of the town's requests, and I want to make sure that I am on the same page as all of the board.
Printing it out now.
Okay.
As well, but it's frozen.
And I believe it is in the shared folder, Board of Trustees, Attorney Files for review only, 12.6.24 term letter. Mayor, while that's getting passed out, I may just start. This would be a draft of a letter to Mr. Locke. How I took this is there are 3 points that the board would still like to discuss with Baca Grande. The first point being that the prior IGA between the parties had a maximum flow of 60,000 gallons per day. The board would like this agreement to allow for the same. So in place of the 30,000 gallons per day as listed in the proposed discharge permit, that would be amended to 60,000 gallons per day. The town does have the discharge permit compliance report, and it does indicate that some of the flows seem to average between 11 and 14,000 gallons per day. But the board would like the ability for the town to grow and believes that the 30,000 gallon per day limit would possibly limit future growth. So that's a fairly clear point one. The second point deals with the proposed IGA and how they seem to craft and calculate the proposed wastewater plant upgrades and expansions when and if those were ever to occur. I do believe that the overall structure of this proportionate share is acceptable to the town. However, there are some concerns raised that Baca Grande basically has a potential to develop an exponential number of lots compared to the town's growth. I am looking for some way to add a calculation that can take into account the expected and really available growth to both parties, respectively, in some form. I do not have exact calculations, but Baca Grande may have upwards of 1,000 lots to develop, and this may be illustrative only, while the town has possibly 100 lots to develop. So really those growth rates could diverge. I think the question the town is looking to answer here is if an expansion were to occur, would that expansion be large enough to supply or to function for all of the available taps in Baca Grande and all of the available taps in the town of Crestone? If there's a huge divergence there, especially over the what we call the snapshot of the last 12 months of use. That may change and greatly diverge from what really could occur in the next 20 years. If Baca Grande is looking to add, and just illustrative, 100,000 gallons per day, would the town be responsible for a share of that in its current proportion, or what it may be for a current or a proportion of what total use of that 100,000 gallons per day would come to? Basically, the Baca has more lots to expand than the town. And really, that could diverge. The town has a concern about that. I don't know if there would be some sort of a correlation or a correction factor taken into this account or the current structure, but I do like the structure of the proportionate share. I think we're just looking to try to modify that a little bit. Mayor, would you have any questions there?
Yeah, we have less than 100 up. I mean, developable lots, but also just within our town, system right now, we probably only have maybe 20 lots that are developable besides Baku, besides the Living Wisdom project. I mean, wouldn't you think that there's only
I never counted. In that,
developable lots within the Baca Water and Sanitation District, or within the source, how many would you say we have available?
You're talking, buildable lots,
Buildable lots that are available within the sewer district.
sewer district. The town maybe has about 15, the Baca is unlimited,
Yeah.
they're building everywhere out there.
Yeah, so he's saying 15, but anyway, I mean, we could expand down the road, so that would open up a whole nother set of lots, but we backed out of any plans of expansion right now, and
The town has approximately 15 developable lots that do not have a wastewater cap. And that's just compared to the possible growth in the Baca Grande.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just stating that, because it looks like 1/10, but it actually is probably more like 1/50.
Well, these are just points to take to Baca. I will say this is supposed to have been my number one priority since I've been employed with the town, and I do consider that still to be the case. So I do want to get this over to Mr. Locke today.
Yeah.
And see where we end up. I'm sure there'll be some more discussion. I do believe that they wanted an agreement signed by the end of the year. And I think that the town has at least one meeting between now and then. So we'll see if they are able to get back to us in that time frame also. I do know that they want to come to some sort of an agreement though. So thank you for those clarification points, Mayor. The third and last point has to do with the violations of the discharge permit. And really they appear to the town to be unsustainable and also unaffordable. I do want to really preface this with the town in no way wishes to condone or permit any violations of the discharge permit. And the town will take actions such as reminders to the public of compliance requirements, grease trap regulations, and ongoing monitoring just to prevent this. The discharge compliance report that the town does have indicates that there may be multiple violations that have occurred in 2024. And it's really at an unknown cost to the Baca Grande and potentially the town. They listed months in which a violation occurred, not a daily list of violations. The town really desires the violation section to allow for active remediation to regain compliance in a cost-effective manner. And I'm working on a proposal that would really allow the town, if they had to pay any additional costs that Baca Grande had to take to remediate a BOD or TSS violation, which would include equipment, chemicals, and labor in place of a single significant fine. If a violation from the town system is clearly the reason for a CDPHE discharge permit limit violation, then a fine may have to be imposed. However, that amount should be related to the cost of remediation and any applicable fines from CDPHE to Baca Grande, not just simply a flat amount. I did want to bring to everyone's attention that the discharge permit has a contingency section It's actually the very last section. And that does allow for a meeting to determine if the ranges require modification. And at this point, I think that they may, simply due to the fact that we have that information from 2024, and we show approximately 5 months where a violation may have occurred. So if those ranges need to be adjusted, I would like to do that now instead of having to just have an ongoing meeting about this in 3 months when we potentially could have some violations. So if the board doesn't have too many points to add or change to that, that is definitely my draft outline, and I do hope to get that over to Mr. Locke today.
Any comments about that? Did he sum it up pretty well?
I think so. To me, the terminology sometimes is, shows the intent of, like, say, for example, item number 1 in the 60,000 GPD versus the 30,000. If we were to build out all of our lots tomorrow and not exceed the 60,000 GPD, that's our allotment. We shouldn't be charged more just because we built all our lots out. Even though they may have to increase the plan because they're building their lots out as well. As long as we don't, and this is how I interpret this, I don't know if anybody else agrees or not. But as long as we don't exceed the 60,000 GPD, we should not be charged any additional costs unless operational costs would go up proportionally to that. And I think that's pretty much what Kizin was trying to get at too, which explained it in a much different way.
Are we hitting the 30,000 mark sometimes?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, not yet.
But at the rate that we're going right now,
So,
Pardon me?
this is a
Living
20-year
wisdom coming
contract
in.
though.
Mhm.
So
Is there like 30 people gonna be there?
Could
So it'd be like the same as 30 new residents. With
the
flush.
probably, well, they don't have, washers and dryers and stuff, they just have like a sink, bathroom, flush, one toilet,
If they're gonna have like a communal washer and dryer there,
one,
so it'd be the same as if, people doing laundry the same.
it could be, yeah.
We figured the EQR, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but
It was like commercial stuff, yeah.
it was by our,
But he, he is, so we're at 11 to 14 GPD, which is gallons per day. 1,000 gallons per day. And with that going in, we're probably gonna get up to 20. Could be up to 20 maximum.
yeah.
But then it doesn't leave that much room for growth in the next 20 years.
Yeah,
This
like
contract-
33%. left.
So, and the old arrangement was 60, so for them to lower it down to 30 is, even though we're not even close yet, it's just still limits,
Is that a day or a month or?
A day, 60,000 gallon day.
So like a busy tourist day with a bunch of tourists in town could go over 30, possibly.
I doubt it.
Not in an
Not right
existing
now.
facility, but eventually it could.
The
That's,
2024 report, January 2024 was 13,600 gallons per day, monthly average. February was 12,600. March was 12,500. April was 11,600. May was 13,700. June was 13,000. July was 13,600.
Doesn't go out much during tourist season
and we did go through a infiltration problem that was corrected just prior to that, and that's probably why the higher readings are. Warren had touched on it a little bit, started to say about the value of that additional 30,000 gallons that they were cutting from that. That essentially gives their allotment, if they are successful with it, much larger for them, and takes it away from us. Another way of putting it.
Speaking of
Like I said,
investment,
Affluent is valuable.
Absolutely. It is, it's very.
Wasn't there something else that one was talking about as far as investment into the system, tracking that investment or something, like how does? What he was trying to get to, like,
What do we call
where
that?
we, maybe it was like tracking depreciation or something?
I don't remember.
Like leakage between here and.
No, I was thinking more if we contribute to their system with a certain amount of money, how does that, like, are we, like, what was it? They basically get, the benefit of it.
Of the depreciation of the property,
Something like that,
of the improvement?
but I don't know.
That I don't know.
He had some kind of thing that he was trying to bring up about that. I don't know. I mean, we don't really have to worry so much about depreciation because of, we're not paying taxes as a town, but.
I don't have anything more.
I think it's really good, Seth, and, hopefully they'll see the, benefit of these points and we can make a quick adjustments and sign it soon. It is our intention to have this thing signed soon, so.
Monty, Emma,
Huh?
Monty, is that the meeting?
No, we already did that, the public hearing, that, we have one for, the budget, but,
Seth, did you say something about this refers to the violations of the BODs, putting us in violation? Or some volume above what is considered normal BODs to be the violation? Because we pay.
Currently, the monthly limit for BODs, as I read it, is 450 milligrams per liter. And the monthly limit for TSS is also 450 milligrams per liter. And if I have that technical term wrong, that's on me.
They're right. But we pay separately for the treatment of the BODs in a team.
as opposed to the discharge.
Right. We're already paying separately, not as a fine, just for the treatment of it. And it should, if you have a bill, latest bill, which just came out a few weeks ago, you could see that separated out on our bill.
Yes, that is correct. And that rate in this proposal is $8.33
Right.
per
pound.
1,000 gallons and $1.05 per pound of BODs.
And they've never really defined at what point would we be in violation.
The BODs, the monthly limit is defined on the discharge permit compliance report, which is also in the town's possession at 450 milligrams per liter. That is processed at a rate of $1.05 per pound.
What were the violations that we received as far as, those four that you were referring to? Do you have those?
I don't think that we've actually ever received a violation. They've just highlighted the months we have been in violation of the current report. That was in January for the BODs, March for the BODs and the total suspended solids, and July for the BODs.
That's above 450 is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And when we read the original, one that you had sent, what, did it say a limit? What was the limit on that one?
It did, I have to find
I
that.
see it. 60,000.
I do not believe that BODs for suspended solids were discussed. There is the term of,
What was your question, Mayor?
Oh, just what's the, limit, if there was a BOD, limit in the original agreement? Which I'm not seeing.
Oh, that I don't know. I'm looking at.
Going from the 30,000 to 60,000 a day doesn't change the BOD limit at all?
I don't think the BODs or TSS were discussed in 2002.
I mean, it seems like it would dilute it more, but,
They have a way of measuring it, it's beyond my science.
yeah, I don't see it.
But we do, not to prolong this, but we do have an active and ongoing, enforcement of the, grease trap. And, I can't remember the other part of it, but it's in our municipal code. Brent, our ORC and training is working with the businesses and monitoring of that. And we've also purchased and have for quite some time our own BOD meter that we're gonna use in what I'm kind of calling a Plan B, to enhance our investigations into where they might be coming from. And then, of course, control it. But I think for the most part, our businesses are in compliance. So unless there's a dead cow laying in a manhole somewhere, where it's coming from.
The other thing we forgot to direct, Brent to do, though, we have a BOD meter that can isolate areas that we're looking to start using so that we can really isolate down where the high BODs are coming from.
Yeah, Brent talked about it.
You did?
Yeah.
That's part of the I&I study.
I don't know what I means, but yes.
The infiltration and inflow, I believe.
No, it's not for
No,
I&I,
not
it's
infiltration.
for BODs, for monitoring fats,
Volatiles.
fats and fats, oils, solids.
Right.
But it's gonna be part of our program as well.
Okay. Then I would continue on with the packet before the board. Just on my review of that packet, I did want to bring up a few points. The town has hired Berg Hill, specifically Megan, as our water attorney, and she made a point, and also those findings of fact really made a point the town may consider a master water supply plan. That could be done possibly in conjunction with the rate study, just in an effort to really utilize and retain all of the current water rights the town has and may be able to use in the future. So that was a very important point, and I just want to bring that before the board also. We have some water rights that we are possibly not using currently, but the town is looking at growth. And under Colorado law, the town does have the ability to retain those water rights so that we can make use of them in the future. We do have to make diligent efforts to be putting them to use. It can't just be open-ended though. So if we are doing a rate study, we may try to include some sort of a supply plan and just to distinguish where that water may be used, where our future growth would go. And also that could be part of a rate study, which we should do also, or it could be helpful to the town.
Right.
The next point out of our packet, seems there's an agreement with First Southwest Bank. And I would just like to bring up that does contain an indemnification clause. And I do not believe the town can hold harmless that individual. I believe those clauses are often found to be in violation of Tabor. That is probably a very standard form for the bank to use, but I bet that they do have to modify that whenever they're working with a special district or a municipality in the state of Colorado.
So we should not sign it? We already signed it.
I think that that should be edited to remove the anti-indemnification clause, which is found on page, I want to say it was page 3 or 4 of the packet.
Is there anything that we can use, any law that we can use that we can put in there with it that shows that that it's against Tabor or?
I can provide some citations, but I think Tabor is the big one.
Yeah, that was that one I read.
That is page 2 of their agreement. It's page 57 of the 64-page packet.
Oh, 64 pages.
The whole packet's 64 pages.
Really?
And it's on page 2 of their.
Okay, but that's all you put in there, right? It was 2?
It's 2 of 2, and it's 57 of the pack.
Of the total packet.
Ah, okay.
57 of 60.
Got it. I see it. It's,
Number 4 at the top of page 2.
oh, so that holds the bank, so it says the bank's not responsible if basically, the administrator of this particular program or whatever it is, creates any loss or damage liability? How does that?
I would read this as the municipal corporation, the town of Crestone, agrees to indemnify and hold harmless First Southwest Bank, its associates, for any and all loss, damage, liability incurred due to any of and all actions, representations, or warranties or deeds made by the administrator and or authorized subordinate users. I just think that that section probably should be struck, even if it is in our agreement. I believe that it would be found to be unenforceable. There's case law on that point that contractors in the state of Colorado need to know that when they are dealing with a governmental entity, that an indemnification provision will be basically discarded.
Doesn't apply to us, what you're saying, we're okay?
I would like it removed. If we're just going to have a clean contract, I would try to remove that. If you'd already signed that, that could be a board decision. I would just ask the contract be redone to remove that. If you would like a quick letter could be drafted to remove that provision with the explanation why the town would be requesting that. And that can be sent over to First Southwest also if you would like.
Yeah, Ariel said yes on that if possible. Because, yeah, we might end up, I don't know, I don't wanna have an argument over it and have them say, well, then you guys can't use our thing. I guess I can understand if we're not holding, if it's the administrator for them, I think they're referring to our administrators, is that right? Not their administrators.
I read it the other way.
Authorized subordinate users. I thought it was like if one of our administrators causes loss, damage, or liability, then we're not gonna hold them accountable
That's what I
for it.
thought too, there's the opposite.
I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So there's an administrator of this particular software that we're using. It's a cash management software. And Aria is going to be the administrator in the beginning, and then there's gonna be Adam and I will also be under that, and then there's gonna be we're gonna have to look at the permissions and how that works, but Andrea will also have she'll be an authorized subordinate user. So I'm pretty sure that it's not holding them responsible, it's holding us, like holding them responsible for something that happens internally. I don't know, that's what I'm seeing, but
Either way, I just read it as the corporation, which is the town, agrees to indemnify and hold harmless First Southwest Bank.
all right, let's see what they'll say.
So you are asking for a letter. Sorry, let me get my notes back up here. First Southwest Bank regarding the indemnification clause and asking that it should be removed or explained in more detail due to table restrictions, along with CRS 31. And I will come up with that citation. I don't have that handy. 31 at SEC for this point in time. I can do that. I will try to have that out quickly if we are trying to work on our financial institution.
Well, basically, we just need to, we're using like their personal software for our town, and this is their more like business software.
Okay. I will work on that, Mayor.
Thank you.
The next point in our packet that caught my attention was basically the letters from the neighbors dealing with coordination and communication.
Yeah.
This is in regard to the prescribed burns with our wildland fire mitigation. I would like to point out that the contractor does mention in his report on 11/15/24 that the attorney still requires approval to burn from the county and the town fire department. My drafting request is not about preventing liability, but it does relate also just to communication. If there was a burn going on by the contractor, a professional wildland firefighter, I would hope that he would inform the sheriff's office and any other fire departments in the area. It does appear that the contractor did inform the sheriff's office, which I think is very good. I appreciated him doing that. It may not have included the Baca Grande Fire Department, and just in my drafting in the future, with the geographic closeness of the parties, how everybody is working together, I may include contacting all fire departments, including Baca Grande in the future, and any contracts related to that type of matter. But I do want to state again that I do appreciate, from what I read, that the contractor did contact the sheriff's office about the burn, and they were aware of it at the time. So
Usually, and I'm not 100%, the sheriff will send out a notification on the radio to the fire departments about controlled burn, so that more people don't call. And if there is a call, that
they have information provided to them on a first come basis. Yeah, I agree. Just bringing that up as a point. There's an additional letter from residents of the town. It sounds like there may be some complaints of noise violations, or more specifically, blocking of any streets. If those concerns do persist, I think those should be addressed by our code enforcement officer. I don't really have a lot of comments there, but if that code enforcement officer does have questions about that, if there are streets being blocked, there are provisions in our code to try to remedy those matters. So. Our PUD did not discuss, to my knowledge, hours of building, hours of construction. So we are left with what is our noise ordinance and our nuisance code. So after our agenda meeting last week with the clerk, it sounds like there will be a public hearing on the budget for 2025 that will be held on December 16th. After that meeting, I will work with our clerk to create a resolution that would adopt a summarization of expenditures and revenues for each fund. There will also be a resolution proposed to the board that would encumber sums of monies for each fund. And the board does have the responsibility to adopt by the end of the calendar year a 2025 budget, or they will be using the 2024 budget at 90% of all fund availabilities. There was some discussion, and I was trying to track the changes to the budget. I think the clerk did a very good job. I just want to make sure that we eliminate all references to our water and sanitation enterprise fund. That can still be a fund or a specific line item. We just need to pull the word enterprise out of any of our proposed 2025 budget, as we have done away with that. We also did have some discussion about the timeline and the budget calendar presented by DOLA. I think the clerk was going to try to provide that to everyone. My biggest takeaway is I think we will have some supplemental budget creation issues in 2025 and responsibilities, but also the DOLA budget calendar very clearly states January 1, start planning for next year's budget. It's just a time crunch whenever we do get into December, and it's not always fun or entertaining, but it is a very important thing to do and to have our working budget. So I do hope we adopt a budget by December 31st, 2024. And if I can assist the clerk on any of that, please let me know. I will do so. I will also work with you on creating the resolutions, as I stated, summarizing expenditures and encumbering sums for each fund. I did have a note that I did not complete from our November board meeting, and I will be in contact with our clerk about revisions to ordinance 2024-02. And I will also try to have a proposed natural medicine ordinance before the board for their, actually I have the wrong calendar date there, but for the next regular meeting that was changed due to the holiday schedule. So at this time, I have one additional task before me, but that's to draft a letter to First Southwest Bank regarding the indemnification clause and asking that that be amended, revised, and given back to the town for signatures. That's something they would still like to pursue. And before I take any questions, my last point is that I just want to wish the board, the staff, and any general public that is present happy holidays. And I look forward to working with you for the rest of December.
Thank you so much, Seth. Hopefully, we'll have, this aqua water and sanitation signed before the first.
Okay. Well, I will try to get that over to Mr. Locke as soon as possible. And then I will follow up with a few things with our clerk, probably not today because I know she is very busy with our meeting today. Probably Tuesday is a touch base and Wednesday is to get a little work session done with our clerk. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
If there are no other questions, I will go ahead and sign off, Mayor.
Any other question for Seth? No, good. Thank you, Seth. Happy
Thank you all.
holidays. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to back up to proposed meeting with the charter school concerning a viable switch of land between both parties. We need to call chair of the planning commission. Wanna come sit in our. I know Dennis disappeared, but. Yeah. Did you see what I had put in there about the agreement between charter school and the McAdams Charitable Foundation?
No.
There's a whole thing about that land.
Yeah.
Something to look at.
Where would that be?
I sent it to,
I can bring you a copy.
see,
And,
it's basically, an agreement that talks about the use of that land and why they, you know, you'll see it in a second, I can read it. They have specific interest in profit educational institutes, and therefore, in the event that CCS should cease to exist, the McAdams Charitable Foundation requires that in the school's final act of dissolution, the governing council, in consolidation with Gayatri, if she's still living at the time, determine a qualified 501c3 tax exempt organization or appropriate Colorado public entity which shares the mission of educational and civic enhancement and the transfer of ownership of the land to that organization.
So if the school dissolves, they want to give it to another charitable organization that has to do with education.
Yeah, or if they trade, like if land trade or whatever. It's just a slight, I would call it a deed restriction.
I think it's beneficial.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking or, proposing is that a meeting, happen with a negotiation and a finalization between the town and the school, so that, the school can then proceed with what they want to do, and the town can proceed with what they want to do. So how long would it take for that meeting to take place?
Well, the one thing is, you know, I talked to Thomas Cleary about it, and he was stating now they have this natural border, you know, which is this new trail that runs along the edge of our property on the west side, but, you know, that it kind of makes a natural boundary between the two properties. But then I've talked to other district members, who have said that, they feel like the trade is unfair and that, you know, our property has like a garbage area, like
Yeah.
an old dump site on it.
That was like an old rusty truck and,
Well, it goes below the green ground too, it's actually buried
it's
underneath.
buried.
It didn't cause any, like, any stir when it came up for this trail, like, right? I mean,
Right.
they didn't find it contaminated or
It's like a whole
Right.
landfill?
an old landfill. They know more about it. That's where they used to.
That's where I used to take some trash.
Oh, yeah.
The county would dig it out really deep. Dad would jack the Jeep, the trailer, and he'd darn near dump it. Because it was that deep. And then when it get filled, the county would come home, fill it, and then people put their trash back. And then they move it a couple of tons.
so it's a large area, it's
It-
becoming a large area as.
Yeah.
And is it sinking or breaking down or
It's
anything?
breaking down, I'm sure, just
Mhm.
by nature, but, my concern is that, you know, you get the EPA involved in one thing or another. Is it gonna cost us $100,000 to have that area clean
More.
more? Because I'm sure if you took a backhoe back there, you'd find a bunch of trash.
I found some, I mean, you go
Yeah.
back there, I found an old ice skate.
Well, you gave me that truck, that little tin truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and it was used forever until the Baca got their landfill, where the brush pile is now.
Uh-huh,
And that, they used that for a while, and then the state said, oh, all these landfills have to be lined and maintained, that's when they got the Swatch thing.
so how big an area is it, and is it part of the land that would go through a trade? Apparently, the school's in contention with that. So they want it cleaned up.
We don't know.
We don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
I get confused on this part here. Now, which is ours? Is ours the west lot
the
or
high,
are we the center lot?
we're the west lot, center
lot.
lot.
That's what we are right
Yeah.
now.
Right, where that new trail is, at the edge the west edge of the property line,
Okay,
and it's shaped like a yin yang symbol.
Yeah.
Squared off.
My understanding that the part that they wanna trade, we would actually be losing square footage if we measured it with a tape measure. No?
No, they're saying the lot's 24. They could look on a map, but they're saying the lot below is 24 acres. Our lot is only 8 point something acres. And then there's a street that kind of does like, follows the edge that would also have to be part of that.
The town's property that has the whole landfill? Oh.
Yeah, you can actually see it because nothing will grow.
It'd be nice to get rid of that for the town.
Yeah, of course, it'd be nice, but that doesn't mean that, you know, they want it.
Yeah.
So the school feels that that would cause a lot of trouble for them. Is there, I mean, I would like to go and see that area and, check on, what it looks like now. Is there a possibility that it's not dangerous? Do you need an organization to come there and check it out?
I would think it's not dangerous personally, even though there's refrigerators probably in there with Freon. I don't know.
Yeah, and how many years, excuse me?
I've been here 57 years.
57 years, what? No, I mean, how many years has it been? Like, how long has it those refrigerators or whatever
Oh.
been in that landfill?
In other words, when did the landfill
Start?
When
start?
did it start and when did it end?
When it started, I have no clue. It was there when we moved here.
Oh,
It closed right around 71, 72 when
Oh,
Pocket came in. And put
1972?
their own landfill in. But, yeah, it was right around then, cause they were hauling their stuff up here. And it just was getting too full and the county said no more.
Right,
So, and the town was going, we don't need your trash, you know? So they closed that.
It's been closed like 50 years.
Hmm?
It's been closed for like 50 years.
Oh, no, it's, yeah, I guess it's, that has been 50 years. Lord have mercy. Time flies.
yeah, that's 50 years. I mean, within 50 years, what could happen to that?
Right.
landfill? I think you, first
It's
of all,
just when you get the government involved or you
Yeah.
get contracts involved, you have to look at, if somebody's gonna want a geological study, somebody's gonna want a feasibility study, somebody's gonna want
archaeology.
archaeology.
Well, that's what happened. We did have some
And then you have
stuff.
all these feasibility studies and by the end of the day, you're out of money.
okay, so would the school do that or the town do that?
I would figure that the school would do all the investigation, because they want that property.
If they want it
That's the
and
thing
they're
is they
willing?
don't.
Don't really want
Well, so you have a mixed thing going on. You have people that, like Thomas Cleary, who does kind of see the benefit of now having that property and then also having the trail involved, and the trail would go with it.
Yeah,
But then the lower property, they might still want to hold some of it because it's definitely like way more acreage. And the landfill, so there was people who were like, I mean, one woman said, you should just donate the property to us. I'm like, you crazy? I'm like,
Is the school board people?
what's that? The school board, yeah.
They always ask me to do this.
There, you can really see the landfill on Google Earth.
It's in Jasper and you've seen it, you still have.
Really, it would be nice if it was just one shop.
yeah, but some of the properties are out now.
Look at the
This is,
small plan.
okay,
This is the road, actually, these are new satellite images, they just, you can see the new one, nine
We
two.
want to do something.
So they did it this year.
Oh, we
They
did
did like 3 months ago.
okay,
Like two.
there's the school, so this is one,
No, this is the new road, that's what I mean, this is the brand new trail.
Oh, that's a walking trail, right? Or can it be a riding
It's a
trail?
riding.
It's an auto
Yeah,
trail?
it's an ADA approved trail. And it's actually paved,
Yes,
so here it's not, but this is all landfill right here.
okay, so that's it. So it's pretty far down towards what?
Yeah, but you can see there's junk.
I did see some junk though.
Yeah, I
My
did
house
see
is
junk.
full of-
Where is the where's the T road here?
T road, T road,
Yeah,
out here,
oh, I see, okay, so what is this road?
that's Camino Baca Grande.
Oh, okay, so it's coming up.
See, here's the parking lot they're building.
Yeah, okay,
and it
yeah, I get
winds
it,
Through here,
I see,
and then straight across.
okay.
And that's the property line, which is kind of nice. It actually is.
Yeah.
Road the property line,
The road, this new trail is the property line.
this side of the school, this side of the town.
No, so town owns like here, you have to look on here.
Rectangle?
It's like a yin yang. The bigger end for the charter school is here, and this is ours. Narrow. Okay. And then it gets wider toward the back, and here's the dump. And then here's the road that goes through, this plotted road back here.
This is the community block down there, down here.
It's actually very further. But anyway, this road would have to be included, which has acreage. And then this has this is 8.34 acres, plus whatever the road is. And then this is the property right here, like this. And then like that's always,
Much bigger.
yeah.
But you could always reestablish a trade.
No, this is private. This is church right here. You can see the line.
Yeah, is that what they're wanting to give us?
They don't wanna give it
They
to
don't want
us.
to do it. Well, they
That's the
don't
thing,
need
is
it
like this is the whole discussion was that, like I said, there's people who wanna do this trade and there's people who don't. And this piece is, they wanted to do ball fields down here and all this stuff down here.
Well, why not? I mean, it's.
That'd be great,
Yeah,
but town's not gonna do it.
no, but let's say there was a trade, the school got property near them, the town got property, and what is not negotiable becomes community, like sports fields and things like that, that you open it up to something that the whole community could use.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that it would be great if we have even, if they would figure out a way to trade
Swimming pool.
some of this.
Oh.
Hot tubs.
Like if we kept the whole front. But I mean, how cool would it be if we could connect this road?
Exactly.
We have to really kind of overlay some maps on it, but.
So, do you think it's like a meeting with the charter school to find out what, before it's the two towns come together, that they describe their need, their desire, and what they're willing to trade, so that it's all known in advance,
That sounds reasonable.
and then have a meeting.
Yeah.
And then also the town does the same thing, if you have proposals, if you have plans, if you have ideals in any way, that's all stated first.
Yeah.
And then a meeting, a negotiated meeting, and a study be done on that piece of land where there's the landfill. And then recalculate the swap. So that it's not necessarily that you give them all or they give you everything they have, but each piece of land can be designed for a specific purpose.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm surprised they got these new images, so cool.
Yeah, it's even when I
I
was
was actually living with them.
Yeah, this, area that they're wanting for basketball courts and football fields and all that stuff, that is right on the border, right? Town property and,
Yeah, that's all county,
okay,
yeah. It's not, so like our property, basically everything from the trail, just west of the trail, all the way up to, Virachana and Shantara's land, is all town. All the way down to the Baca POA, and then below that is all county land still. So it'd have to be annexed, it would have to be subdivided.
it's just thinking like in long term, cause this is the kind of stuff. We go ahead and just tell them, you give us that property down here, you got this one up here, there it is. Now we have a place that could actually, we could hook water and sewer in without a major problem. And, yeah, there we go. Now we have sites for, townhouses or, another living wisdom. And we won't have to worry about all this water uphill across from the water tanks and all that, we'll have head pressure down there.
Yeah. Well, that was the idea. I think that we'd have to keep it in civic, maybe not residential.
Yeah,
But,
I'd rather build there than where they're building up there.
oh, yeah,
So you're
it's a pain.
considering like a public meeting?
And then they wanted to go even further.
Well,
Or-
first of
or
all, it would
first a
be
work session
At all.
a work
Between
session
the-
first.
between the two parties, and
Yeah.
then, get input from maybe a public meeting or something to see what people are thinking and see what's up. As far as a study is concerned, those things are expensive,
Mhm.
and it would be up to the town, I think, to pay for that.
Or the two parties.
Yeah, they could split it or.
Yeah, 'cause they're going to benefit from this somehow.
Pardon?
Don't the federal government have a deal with
It should be
come into
both parties
sites
and
like
they're
that
fighting
and
it out.
evaluate them if they're a problem or not? Without any cost, I mean, it's, something with
That would be ideal.
there's something to do with Nixon's old Clean Air Act, only it's ground.
Yeah, the Brownsfield thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the name of it is, but,
Could you find that out? Well. I mean, it's Clean Air Act.
I think it's under the Clean Air Act.
Cleanup of
Waste sites,
Brownsfields.
yeah,
Yeah.
Plus,
Well, that's what we're under, but it's under a gas and, it's like everybody pays into a super fund when you buy gas. And then they're able to use those funds to clean up.
mhm,
I mean, it's quite a bit of money,
Yeah.
millions of dollars a year, but I don't know about, waste.
waste. Yeah, they can- waste
I
of-
mean, you can see that thing from way up high, you can tell that it's a.
Yeah, it's a dark area, it's probably a lower area.
does it hold snow?
Ah. Oh, I mean, if it's very visible, then it's,
Thing is, it looks like it
If
got,
it didn't hold
it
snow.
went
then
down
it's a problem.
below as well.
Mhm.
Like, this looks like a part of it too, so some of it might be on their property as well. Huh. Am I right? I mean, like. See here. So this is the line between the lower and upper top. Doesn't it look like this would be dump area as well?
you could, I
This is
mean, it
that
would
one.
take a little bit of just going there and seeing what, I don't know. The fact that there's that road there now, that roadway is gonna be easy to find, right? The division line. Huh?
It might be, but I don't think so.
No.
These roads here, cause they're under like 3 different surveys, so you gotta figure which pin and where they went where with them, and sometimes it takes a couple of days for us to
Yeah,
get through and actually find all the pins or
Must
know
have
where
been,
they're
is there like
supposed to
a
be. What.
road or
you
something?
use machinery for that or
Yeah.
something?
Just
Okay.
from Alder.
From Alder?
Yeah.
There was a
that
little
the only
road, is that it?
That was it.
Like an old trail? This little guy? Isn't there like a car out there too?
Yeah, there's an old truck, I think.
Yeah.
And trucks and,
Yeah,
yeah, it's like over here.
so that would be a way to find it.
I think they updated the maps like 2 months ago for Google Maps.
Yes, yeah, just in time.
Anyway, yeah,
What were
if you
you
wanna-
gonna say? Were you gonna
Oh.
say something?
Earlier, I was gonna say, now can't we get a company, maybe split it between charter school and whoever else is, working this project? And, can they do radon checks and put, sensors there and see if we're off-gassing? Cause that's the main problem is the off-gassing.
Huh.
And if it isn't and it's within perimeters of the EPA, just go for it, consider it. We don't know what's under there,
well, I think that's what happened with the trail,
yeah.
was that they did do it, cause they had to do a check. That was a big stumbling block, was that there was in order for them to put that trail in, they had to have an environmental
Yeah.
Impact study.
impact study in.
We know who did that study for them?
I don't, but we could probably find it through whoever is, it's the county that's doing this trail.
Right,
The county's doing that trail from the Baca here, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's
We
what.
gave them, easement, we gave them an easement.
And we found out that the county is going to be doing this, snow removal and all that over there.
Oh,
So that was one of the reasons it got approved, that we wouldn't carry the burden
Right,
of
the
keeping it
maintenance.
clean.
Yeah. Get hold of it.
So if you wanna be a little bit of like the
And, yeah, sort of. a
ambassador, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could go to Thomas, at the school,
Yeah.
and speak to them about what we discussed.
Well, Thomas sees the benefit of having that
He
property.
does, yeah,
But where it gets split off and how it gets split off and then having to subdivide it, having to annex it, having to zone it are all kind of on us eventually.
yeah,
Subdividing is gonna be the hardest, I think, because the county put a moratorium on subdividing
yeah,
recently. But we still might be able to push it through if we,
yeah, with the help of the county.
well, it's county land, so before you zone it or annex it, you'd have to subdivide it. So
Right,
you'd subdivide it, annex it, and then zone it.
okay. And
And the zoning
the
and-
county has to be involved in that,
Yeah,
right?
to subdivide it and annex it.
The school board has the final decision, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But does Thomas have any? So it's just up to the school board, but Thomas could recommend it or not to them?
Thomas is just, yeah, he's like an influence, but it would be like,
The whole
like
board,
if we had a administrator or something that, would talk to the whole board, exactly. But, the other pushback that we got originally was from Elaine. Because the town had done a master plan for that land, tract one land.
yeah,
And it cost us like $120,000.
yeah,
Remember?
Yep, and it was a big deal, and she feels like it's a waste, of town resources, of grant money or whatever, and that plan, everybody had input on it, and it was like this whole big deal.
well, I talked to Adam Kinney about it, and he's ready to give it up. But I think
Give it
also,
up.
well, I think he was fighting to have that.
He was,
completed.
and I was against it at first,
Yeah,
and partly because I felt like it was premature.
yeah, but you can still use part of it, for like community greenhouse, community center, something like that, whatever has already been designed.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
could probably use part of that design.
Well, the other thing is that design could go with the trade as
Ah.
kind of
Yeah,
something that they can use, cause it was like every single tree on that whole property was inventoried. I mean, it
wow,
was a serious thing. You remember, it was like all really cool underground,
So it was kind of a waste back then? Was it town money or grant money?
only grant,
Oh, it wasn't a waste.
but it's still, I don't know, I
it
think
still
that,
can be utilized advantageously if you know how to use the design.
the other thing is, looking at it from a point of view of different jurisdictions, instead of just two jurisdictions, there
Yeah.
should be other jurisdictions, like if there wants to be like a recreational center or something like that, my opinion is it should be under a separate recreational district, under the county with its own board. We don't have anything to do with it, it's just their land. They decide how they wanna use it, they get the grants,
Yes,
and then we're not responsible for any community center. And they might have a mill levy, that would be paid for by the taxpayer, the property taxpayers. But, looking at it from that point of view, where you have other entities that could be involved as well,
okay,
I think it would be, cause the town can only really,
yeah,
we wanted to build a road that went across, it would be not only town, but it would have to be POA, and then it would have to be county. We'd be really dealing with a lot of,
yeah,
stuff, but I think it's a great idea, it's just something that, it should be multiple entities involved.
okay.
And then also, I mean, if you look at the land, definitely the lower land, I mean, I always thought the lowest part of this land on the farthest west side along the road there, you know, if we ever wanted to have a wastewater treatment plant, that would be the spot.
That would benefit both towns, would, right?
It wouldn't benefit Tobacco necessarily, I don't know if it would just be a really good location for one because of where the pipe comes out,
Okay.
down, coming out that way.
Mhm.
All of the, you know, you would use gravity pretty much the whole way.
Wow.
And there was a really interesting presentation we had, a couple of years ago where a guy came and he was showing us these lagoon style
Yeah.
wastewater plants, and they were, I mean,
Yeah, this is.
great for small towns. They were using them on pig farms and they're.
Remember you showed
Yeah.
us at the planning and zoning meeting,
Yeah.
where it was up there, stuff like that.
I think University of Michigan did a lot with that too, way back. Ponds,
Yeah,
flow ponds.
these are, yeah, this is like a small, inexpensive thing that's
Right.
super high tech and very, you know,
Low tech,
huh?
low tech.
Well, it's low tech, but it's high tech in that you're not really even supposed to be doing lagoons anymore, and, they're illegal.
Oh,
But this style actually is,
oh, okay.
More or less a holding tank or a breakdown tank
Yeah,
to keep BODs from going through the rest of the system.
yes,
They are pretty good, cause, you have your, it's more or less like a holding cell, and
Yeah.
those are not illegal.
oh,
It's just a little treatment center. And this one would have had the sprayers and everything. Once break down all the solids and everything, it's churned up, and then it goes through sprayers, and then you start losing your, water
yeah,
from it, and then you could get your BOD. And it'd be like every month or other month, we'd bring in a Vector truck and have skim all that BOD out and take it to a different site.
mhm,
And then we're starting brand new with aerating and cleaning.
okay,
the other thing is that, the county was talking about redoing the whole, kiosk area.
yeah,
And there's a whole plan for that, so down the road, there might be some, you know, on that, it includes some of the charter school land down below.
it includes,
Yeah.
with their permission or? doesn't-
Not yet,
Okay,
and there's county land that's there, and, I remember, POA land, and Bert said that, you know, they could take it under, he said that the suggestion of the administrator at the time was that they could take it under, what's the name of that, so they take public or land from
Eminent domain.
eminent domain.
oh,
They would take some of the POA land under eminent domain, because it's not really used, I mean, it would,
it's not.
rather than have to go through the whole process of getting votes and all this stuff, they would just condemn it basically.
And that's behind the kiosk,
That's to the south of the kiosk.
okay. Oh my God, it's gonna get really complicated.
No, it's not
It
complicated.
was across the street from the kiosk, across the road to the town.
It includes, like, if you look at the kiosk from above, what it does is it makes like, when you're coming in from the west onto the, you know, it would just be like a flow right into the road, that one road, and then, everything kind of flows a little bit more. It's a really cool design. It just
And
requires
where's
a
that,
lot more land.
where's that design?
Right at the kiosk, it's just, oh, Bert Wadman has it.
Third, okay, good, okay.
Andrew and Bert Wadman.
Andrew and Bert Wadman, oh,
No, they're at it, they're at it.
congratulations. Okay, anything else? I mean, I'm not sure where to go beyond this right now. This,
No, I mean, I would just, you know, we have the land, we bought that, the town bought the land that is on the corner of Alder and Lime.
oh,
It's 9 lots,
really?
yeah. We bought that a few.
That's right, and you were gonna consider putting a maintenance center there.
Right,
Okay,
but if we had the land across the street from that, which is charter school land, and how far, you know, there could be some maneuvering that makes it so that it works out for
Yeah,
for everybody. You know, we could just take the front pieces of those land and put in like a road that replaces the other road
yeah,
that just gets put in automatically.
yeah,
Anyway, there's some options.
sounds like a lot of potential good plans for that land. And okay, then, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go talk to the charter school, and you see what they,
Yeah,
how they feel about it, and I'll just outline some of this, and then see what happens with that, then planning a study of it in terms of, where some of the bad areas are, where some of the good areas are.
or looking for the environmental report that Dennis brought up, where you find the environmental report that they had to have for this trail network.
For the trail, right, and then, also I'll bring in the idea of that maybe the county could take over.
The other thing is, it wouldn't be, I mean, they have to know that it's not a straight across trade. We're not trying to trade the upper
I
land,
think
middle
so.
land for the lower land. It
That
can't,
wouldn't be fair,
it
no,
wouldn't be fair. And we know that, right? I mean, 24 acres for 9 acres is,
unless, it's, you
if you
know.
wanna do it, go ahead, but.
But no, I think that might have been something that, a blocking. But when they understand that, and when you all decide how much space is needed for various, projects, you know, it could be something that could really happen,
Sure.
which I would like to see for many reasons.
Yeah.
Okay,
This, the public works.
Send you information.
What?
Send you information about the brownfields too, the law.
Oh, yeah.
Email it to you.
okay,
We can have
excellent.
that one over here.
Do you have my email?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That makes sense to me.
Or even, yeah.
I'm sure if we could resolve this, you know, it's only been ongoing for 8 to 10 years. So it would be nice to close this book
Yeah,
and everybody walk away with a smile.
yeah, it's a new world.
Yeah.
New world order.
Yeah.
You're gonna love it. That's, remember when, who said that, was senior? It's a new world order. You're gonna love it.
Trump's logo in it.
Huh? Trump said it? Oh.
Did he say that too?
Oh, get that, there you all start wrestling.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
The only, other thing I wanted to talk about today was the budget.
Thank you.
Because we have a budget hearing, and we need a quorum to be there. It's on the 24th
to the 16th.
What's the date that we're doing the budget hearing?
Next Monday on the 16th.
A week from today. We need everybody there. We're gonna probably hit some, people saying stuff. We gotta be ready for changes and adjusting. You're ready to adjust a little bit?
Yeah, well, the attorney said that you guys can make notes about what's to be adjusted, and then that can be entered into the public hearing on the 16th, and then I can make those changes officially.
And then you're gonna have the public hearing stuff ready for me, so I can
Yes,
pull
it's
this
the
off.
same thing.
I know, but I didn't think I did a great job last time. I'm trying to get better at
You did good. And then Andrew's here to do public work.
it. Okay, good.
Oh, okay. Let's see, Public Works, blue tractors up and running, we found out what the problem with that was. And, no, it's gonna be good now, we're probably gonna need a few more hoses for that tractor, it sits outside, the sun's no good for the hose. We tried covering it up. With the winds around here, it's impossible. Okay, so the tractor's up, truck's up, the blue truck replaced batteries on it. It's up and running, those batteries were 10 years old.
Okay.
Wow.
So. Okay, we got that, I want to go up, put the plow on the quad. That's gonna take some modification to the plow itself, cause the welder we had, or they got, in my absence, did not do a good job. So I gotta figure out if I can reverse what he did, and we'll have a decent plow for that quad. As far as the meter systems and
You're
everything.
talking about the UTV?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. as far as metering systems, we're online with our, flow meter down there, but, the readings he's getting and the readings that the Baca puts out are totally different. I mean, they're not even in the same part.
Whoa.
So,
What's higher, what's lower?
it depends on each day. Think what's going on there is they don't have their unit of measure set right, or we haven't come to an understanding of what our unit of measure is. Cause we may be going unit of measure as, standard. What we normally use, it could be using metric. Or you could be using all these other different ones, and it's gonna shoot the answer out all these different directions. So I wanna get over there with Brent and talk to water and sand and see what unit of measurement they're using. Maybe that will stop that, and then we could get on to,
Cause at some point, I don't know when this is gonna happen, or if, I don't know if we want it to happen, but it's supposed to happen, that our unit is going to be the measuring unit,
oh, okay.
but it'd be nice if, you know, we were in
Yeah.
line with the other one, and
So there's that problem, we gotta figure out where the difference is.
And that's pretty important, because the contract states that if there is a discrepancy between their readings and our readings, that we pretty much split it in half.
well,
So it-
now it's changed, and now that our unit is gonna be the, although Dennis and I and a few others were talking about having a third unit at some point down the road where that is the standard, like we have ours, they have theirs, and then there's one that's collectively owned by both of us. But anyway, that way,
Like when
because if
overkill.
you have two, you get kind of like that, but if you
Yeah.
have three, then you can have more of an average.
The only way I can see doing that is if we use the manhole that divides Crestone from Baca.
This might be something we'll have to do down the road, and
Yeah,
something that
well,
would split.
Just trying to do the logic on it, all that, cause we don't own that property, cause our main manhole, our joint manhole
Uh-huh,
is right there in the middle of the kiosk.
oh. Oh,
And that's not our property, not their property, nobody.
is that where they do the readings from?
No, on the other side of the fence there, they have a metering well,
Okay,
what we call a metering well, and, the engineer that was up here last time really wasn't too happy with how it looked.
Huh.
Cause there is set on a tripod, a freestanding tripod down in the middle of the manhole. So if they have to take grabs or even have to clear something, they, hit it a little bit, it's going to send everything off.
I think I remember that.
Yeah. See, ours is more permanent, it's inside the pipe and it gets everything that's going through. Theirs is a tripod standing up, just having a beam shooting down,
Ah,
which can be moved anytime,
interesting.
so.
Alright,
So we have the more accurate one for.
Yeah.
that's pretty wild,
Yeah,
that we don't have the same readings as them.
well, we haven't figured it out, cause we're going by gallons and quarts and ounces. And we don't know what they're going, and people that
Is
are
it easy
doing
to
the
switch?
correct, huh?
Is it easy for us to switch?
We could do it there, but we don't know what unit to measure to go to.
No. Okay,
And we talked to some of their, maintenance people, and they don't even know what unit they're grabbing. Are you doing, metric, standard, what unit of measure are you using? They didn't know.
No.
And that's a big thing, cause when you get over there into their office, and they start running everything and all that, it's going to ask what unit to measure. Cause if you put the same numbers in between gallons and all that and liters, it's gonna be different.
what does our bill say though? I mean, we've been using gallons.
Gallons.
That tripod been there a long time?
That's how it's been all this.
It's really, I wonder if Steve knows, Elaine, Steve, cause he used to work for the water company.
Oh, I'm sure he does.
He knows everything about like the old water stuff. I just remember him talking to me for like 2 hours.
I think he was
about water
already-
stuff.
I think he was already out of there by the time we got our system now.
Oh, yeah.
For VOD, it says pounds.
Pounds, okay, so then what about gallons per, it's gallons, right, per,
Everything else, well, the rate is rate per 1,000 gallons, but rate per pound of VOD is per pound.
okay.
Volatiles are calculated different than the solids. But it's all in grams.
Gallon per. Well, that's interesting, alright. We had two requests earlier for Public Works. First one, or the second one was, to do like a section by section analysis of drainage and road, you know, like ditches and what needs to be cleared out and
Mhm.
really kind of getting down to it. So that we can like focus on, okay, let's do this one. We're gonna get this one clear, get this road, you know. I don't know if there's a way that we have any tools or whatever to what was the word again?
Reclaim?
Reclaim the dirt.
Yeah, a road maintainer is probably about the only thing that get the roads how we want. I've talked to Kenny, and he said $200 an hour, he'll come up and, you know, we could just set a section at a time. $200 an hour, and that's not including material. You know, he's going to reclaim and then to finish the road up so it has the proper crown on it, he's probably gonna have to bring in his own dirt just to make it right.
But either way, we still need to figure out, like, I know in the northeast corner of town, there's a lot of ditches and stuff that are needing cleared out, but it'd be really cool to do almost like, okay, we took this section and you have a map,
Mhm.
and then we're gonna work on this, and then we move to the next section.
Yeah,
So an analysis of, you know, clogged drains, clogged, you know, what needs to be done, and we do
Yeah.
it section by section.
well, we
by
pretty
section.
much have that already figured out.
There's one up on Micah that's still clogged up, I know it's a weird.
Well, it's unclogged. But, if you look at the one that's supposed to go in, it's kind
Yeah,
of
angle.
pointed back uphill. So
I think
that,
because it's supposed to come down on one side, cross over, and go on the
or,
other side.
yeah, but they wanna try and do it the other way, that's how it's flowing now. That one's gonna be, we'll probably have to get a couple more trucks of, road base and just have them do a dump and run up there, so we don't have to move it around, and then we could get that done. Plus cleaning out the culverts. I was wanting to get with Craig and see, what he thinks, but when we're working on the culverts, I'd like him to have a fire truck up there, and then we can burn the ditches at the same time. And, you know, we'd be good if we could get that end of town taken care of. Boy, our drainage problem would be solved.
So,
Cause what's happening on that side of town, you got county roads and all that, and they just doesn't fit into how this town wants to drain.
Hmm.
So,
alright, and then what was the other one? There's one more.
It was to ask Eddie to clean up the roadside,
Oh, yeah.
with like weed whacking and
So like
something about
landscaping, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if Eddie has extra hours to go around and wipe out all the, weeds, clean up the flower beds and just,
well, we've been wanting to start on that, but yeah, if we could get it. If we had one more person, you know, minion, that we could say, okay, here's this. While the other two are out working on roads, culverts, you know, figuring everything out. But I do like two people. In a flower box, one looking and the other one doing the work, and they can just.
Well, it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone in mind? Because we've been
Advertising.
advertising for over.
I've had a couple people approach me She's like, yeah, I like driving around in that quad all day long. What?
Yeah.
I'd like to drive around the quad all day.
I would love to do that
Yeah, turn it into.
Only in the summer though.
There's a few people I want to get with and ask and see if they come in and just maybe do a couple weeks with us. And see how they do. You know, they said they'd come in and see if they like it, and I'm just, do you want a job or not?
Yeah, and the last thing was just, you know, you and Eddie work together to, before our meetings, just have, you know, a report of some sort.
Okay.
So that we can put it in the binder and something like
This
that.
is part of the record,
Alright,
isn't brought up.
It is gonna be part of the record because of the minutes and stuff like that, but it is nice to have, like, the simple one that Brent created, that just has 4 points and then we can talk about, read it beforehand, talk about it, and then it goes into the record.
okay, yeah, I can do that.
Kism also brought up, just, you know, everybody complaining in one thing or another, but the beautification of the downtown area is pretty important because, you know, we don't want tumbleweeds.
We don't wanna
Main
set the
drag.
example that we're we're telling everybody else to clean up and not doing it ourselves.
Oh, we do a lot of cleanup, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just,
Alright, now, another thing with the brush. I offered up with Firewise. I go, we're doing a lot of brush hauling and, you know, we're a little slow now, we've got projects. But, when we're available, we can haul their brush for them. It's a lot easier throwing all that brush in the back of a dump truck, going there and dumping it and then trying to untangle it from the trailer you just filled up.
yeah, there is a way to do a full, you know.
Yeah,
full-
I showed him that and where he had Homer up there helping him with some of the brush piles and he's just like, nah, it's not working with Jim with the 2 forks.
Huh.
So, what I'm gonna do is put forks on Blue Tractor and I'm gonna go try it. And, you know, it's just getting under the pile and gingerly picking it up, setting it in the back of the truck, that way this doesn't fall through. But if that doesn't work, probably have a piece made for the Blue Tractor. And it's just gonna be, maybe 3 foot, 4 foot hay forks. 10 inches apart. Then you could go up to any pile and come, and then, being 10 inches apart, all the rocks and everything fall through.
One of the ideas was that there would be no equipment in the remote areas, only off the road. So anything that's in there has to be hauled out by hand.
Well, we have that, we won't step on people's property. They gotta bring it to the edge. So, and then we can
It's
drive.
just the stuff it's not the stuff that's
Okay.
fully remote, it's the stuff that's closer to the roads.
Okay, well, and then even your remote stuff, we've got a cemetery out there and that covers the.
Well, they're burning. They're gonna burn out there.
The cemetery?
Yeah, they're gonna do small burns.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me about that. I don't mind that at all.
Well, it saves money because they don't have to
Oh,
haul
it's
it.
way cheaper. The other thing is we really have to keep track of our loads that we're bringing, because we have to contribute that 5.2% and that covers it.
Mhm.
That will start.
That doesn't, maybe
Allison?
it was a different project, but, Public Works was supposed to submit our time to the town, which we get reimbursed from Firewise.
It's not Firewise, it's bricks, but the grant is similar, where we have to contribute 5.2%
Mhm,
towards this grant, but we can do it in kind,
mhm.
which is what, so like, we're already paying you guys using our trucks, so we have to figure out how much a load would cost. Allison turns that in
Mhm.
to the grant, and then that comes off of that 5.2%, otherwise we have to pay it in cash.
That includes fuel as well.
Fuel, so we just need to have like, like a basic number of what it costs
Mhm.
to do that work, how many times you're doing it for this grant, which is that,
Yeah,
and then, and, I mean, theoretically, it should have been even some of the past ones too, because we're inside the grant,
yeah. Gwen would tell me, okay, we're working off the grant today.
right?
So we knew to just put on our time sheets for that with no hours behind and then put Firewise. She kept the log, kept Firewise there and she kept track of all the loads. So when.
That's fine, we just don't have an in-house person doing that, it's.
Oh, we could do that, you know, tracking the loads and all that. We just submit the final paperwork in.
Well, we're already doing the work order each time you're picking up a load, so that's like.
The work order is perfect, yeah.
Tracking.
But we need to figure out a calculation on the high side, calculation on the high side on how much a load costs to pick up in time, and maybe we could just do it together. And then pass that to Allison, and then you guys just put this figure out how many we've done. Cause we could have an average, right? Like,
I think
one
so.
load costs,
I think
you know, $200. Whatever it is, and then we did 12 of them, so that's $2,400 it gets.
There should be a value on the hour per truck as well. I
Oh, yeah.
don't say Colorado does, I know Illinois did.
Totally.
Mhm. Well, we could do, you know, truck and trailer, if Firewise people have a place that they're gonna be working at for a while and produce a lot of splash, we could take that town trailer up there and drop off.
It's probably gonna be more on a daily thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, you know, if they're working up
Yeah,
on that,
that's it, yeah.
end, we could go take the trailer to them and drop it off.
Yeah,
Then when we come to pick it up, the truck can take the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
And
that's
then,
good, that's what would be cool,
yeah,
we have a cost,
yeah, and figuring the cost, boy, how would you go about that?
well, I mean, it's a certain amount of mileage, it's, wear and tear on the truck, it's your guys' hours,
Tonnage,
yeah, we'll figure it out. But we have to do that, cause we do not wanna pay the extra $5.
It's money.
It's like $6,000 still.
right, we can take care of that in 2 months.
Okay. We good? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're done. Thank you.
Almost.
Thanks for maintaining a quorum. Geez, where's everybody?
We're going south, we see what's coming forward.
I know those clouds of evil.
What do they say?